Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. RHYS is with me tonight, but he is making a sandwich. So I just wanted to get started and get through a couple things before he got back. So, number one, let me go ahead and screen share this. We have, I was on a separate episode, another episode of the Real Sharks podcast. Actually, the guy who hosts this podcast, Rob, when I was at his house, we recorded for 3 or 4 hours. So he actually just cut our conversation into different segments and did a pretty good job editing it and making it work. So I'm actually pretty pleased with how it turned out. So if you guys want to check out what we had to discuss in this episode of it, my discussion with him starts at around 20, just before 27 minutes in, so 26:45, 26:46, somewhere around there. So you guys can check that out. I will tell you though that the conversation we had is about live action anime adaptations. So a lot of what you will hear, you've probably already heard my takes on it because you watched this podcast. Now, in addition to that, I will say that I've been in talks with Rob about doing a episode of his podcast where we discuss samurai films, and we really haven't done that much on this channel yet. So in the future, there should be something where you guys will be able to hear something over there that you haven't already heard over here. All right. Now, in addition to that, we've got the Patreon stuff. So if you guys want to help this podcast to grow, truly, actually, the best thing you can do is to share it. That's the best thing that you can do. Share the podcast with your friends. Make sure to give us a like and all that fun stuff. But if you want to help us financially to keep going, to help pay the bills for our StreamYard subscription, the blazing fast and sometimes very faulty internet that I get out here, you can do so through the OCA Podcast Patreon. And if you want to help support the Anime Collector channel in general with actual edited content and whatnot, which desperately needs some help, there is the Anime Collector Patreon, which is actually getting more money now than the OCA Podcast. So you are speaking with your dollars, and I very much appreciate it because it's desperate need. Well, actually, it's not technically true because the Anime Collector Patreon is per video, and the OCA Podcast Patreon is per month because I can't guarantee there's going to be a video every month with the Anime Collector. Also, Stealth Weeb, I've updated. I've actually added just one shirt from Inu X Boku so far, but I have a bunch more planned. But I need a second opinion on some of the Japanese because there's one shirt that he wears in particular that has katakana on it to spell somebody's name, and it basically says "back from Alaska" and then the person's name. And I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Chun-Li from Street Fighter, but the thing is that it's clearly not spelling Chun-Li. It seems almost like it's a parody name of Chun-Li. So I'd like to get a second opinion before I make that one. And if you guys know anybody who speaks Japanese that you could put me in touch with, that'd be awesome. Anyway, I got some more designs planned. In fact, while I was grabbing the stuff to work on this one, I noticed that I have a bunch of screenshots from Terror and Resonance for a couple shirts there that I was planning to make that I'd forgotten to. So I want to get on that. I want to get those off the back burner on the site. Even if nobody buys them, I just need to get them off my plate so that I can move on with other stuff. Now, also in other news here, I joked. I said, what should we do for the Watch Club of episode 100 of the OCA podcast? And I said, maybe we should just do Juden-chan or Garzy's Wing and invite Flip Otaku to guest. And he actually was quite receptive to that. So what I think we're going to do, because episode 100 isn't for a while, obviously, as you can see, we're on episode 92. But I think what we'll do is we're going to move forward under the assumption we're going to do Garzy's Wing. But if on the Fan versus Pro podcast that Justin Savakis and Flip Otaku do together, if on that podcast Flip Otaku gets pressured into eventually watching Garzy's Wing before we have a chance to do it for our watch club, we'll just switch gears and do Juden-chan. That's kind of my thought process here.
I'm here. You can start.
All right, I've already started. I just want, but I got through all the stuff that you didn't need to be here for.
Put my
So,
headphones in.
okay.
All right, I'm ready.
ladies and gentlemen, RHYS is here.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I just wanted to get through the stuff.
Yes.
I started. I got through all the stuff you didn't need to be here for. So that's cool. All right. So regarding the Vic Mignogna court case, according to okay. So I've got a new mouse, and it has buttons on the side that I keep accidentally hitting that act as a page forward, page back.
I love that. I missed that on my old mouse. From my old mouse.
I don't dislike it. But I've already accidentally exited the stream because my mouse was hovering over the StreamYard page, and I backed into the new tab page instead of the StreamYard page.
Yeah, I keep clicking my mouse back side and side. It's like, oh yeah, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Even though I've had this mouse for like 2 years now, I still do it. So
the nice thing is that it proves to me that the problem I'm having with the other mouse is the mouse and not. Although this one has that. It's got kind of like that Super Mario Brothers. I'm in the private chat. Whoops. Oh, nobody's commenting. It's all right. It has kind of the Super Mario Brothers ice level feel when I first plugged it in or when I first connected it to the Bluetooth, where it's kind of floaty. It's a lot better now. I don't know why it changed, but every once in a while it gets kind of floaty and I miss what I'm trying to click on. Anyway, so we've got so this is what Ricada had to say because he's on the road and he's covering the Vic Mignogna stuff. He said that there is a very short extension for polish, which obviously won't be a problem since the other party, meaning Monica Rial, I think it's actually Monica Rial and Rontoye specifically, and Lemoyne, they got until the 21st after flat out missing their deadline weeks ago, right? So they missed the deadline entirely for the briefs for the appellate proceedings, and obviously Ty Beard and all them, they allowed them to have the extension that they requested after the fact, but the court still wants to know why they need that extension. So anyway, so there's that. So we'll probably find out about that by next podcast. And I don't know what's going on with Twitter. It's telling me, as you can see here, you're currently using an unsupported browser. For best Twitter experience, please consider updating to Windows 10 or check the list of supported browsers. So first of all, Windows 10 isn't even a browser, right?
Right.
And I don't know what this is all about because I'm on a Mac, but whatever. So Hirohei had tweeted this out. It's what he had to say here is less important about what this is. So this person had messaged on the streaming service that Vic Mignogna uses is called Unlocked, right? And he said, tomorrow Vic Mignogna will be streaming, and as an ambassador and moderator for Unlocked, I must remind that whoever is recording and uploading Vic streams, that from now on, Vic streams will be monitored for security purposes. If Vic stream gets recorded and uploaded, it will be you, and I think they are not good at proofreading, should be, and uploaded, you will be asked to stop by an ambassador. But if you do not heed the warning, the recording will be reported. Keep in mind, this does not just apply to Vic. It is unacceptable to film anyone's stream. But this person, I've decided that it is time for me to step down as an Unlocked ambassador and moderator, and I will be signing out and never returning. Thank you all for the laughs and smiles and love. God bless. So, I don't know.
Step down for talking out of their ass.
Well, that's what it appears to be, because it seemed like it wasn't actually against the terms of service to record them. There actually wasn't anything that said you couldn't. They
don't own the content of whatever Vic's streaming, so they can't say that.
So anyway, that's just the news there. There was speculation in Hirohei had said he has no proof. You know, I really want to give Hirohei credit for a lot of the stuff he's been doing. In fact, I was a little bit harsh on him in the last podcast regarding the stuff about Interspecies Reviewer. I lost the there it is. It's right here. But hold on. He said this person might not be Kick Vic from what I've heard. They do seem to be full of nonsense, however. Basically, feel free to carry on as usual. Abide by the Unlocked terms of service, of course, and all that. But the merit of this post seems to be zero, right? And then I had tweeted at Victor Vargas, who's the one who's been recording them, time to start transcribing them, right? He said, I already emailed Vic, and he said to continue and not to worry about it. Basically, it's a Kick Vic person trying to fearmonger. Please disregard that. and until I am contacted and told to stop, I will then comply. As for now, Vic is okay with it, Rangers are okay with it, and that is what is most important. I guess is how that's supposed to be read. All right. Anyway, so that's just a little update there. But yeah, I just want to address real quick that that I was a little bit harsh. I wouldn't say harsh, but I was a little bit like I didn't agree with Hirohei's stance regarding the MyAnimeList stuff. In fact, I'll come back to that in a second. Let me get into the next. Actually, yeah, it's right here. Perfect. It's perfect. It's literally the next thing on the agenda. So this will be a good segue. Oh, good. I already. Oh shit! They uploaded one that's probably better than the one I put in here. Damn it, that's unfortunate. Okay, so MyAnimeList labels flood of positive votes for Ishizoku reviewers as vote brigading. Let's be perfectly clear. That's exactly what they were. I know that everybody is pretending that like they're trying to meme it and everything. That is what it was. And I do think that. How can I put this? So let me get off this because that's really distracting. So let me address real quick. So regarding the stuff that we talked about last podcast about Hirohei talking about the questionable business practices for MyAnimeList, I thought that he was reaching. Without going into too much detail on it, it seems as though maybe he actually hit the nail on the head, but I don't have the confidence to report further on that at this time. So I'm just going to say that maybe he was right. I don't know though. We'll see about that in the future. Now I want to give you guys a quick. Let's get through this, and then I'll talk you guys through some stuff real quick. Okay, so Monster Girl Brothel anime gets kicked off yet another Japanese TV station. So you guys remember we reported on this previously that Tokyo MX had stopped supporting this program. Yep. Well, now Sun TV has also dropped it. So the latest discharge leaves only one free broadcast station in all of Japan still willing to show Interspecies Reviewers. For an anime TV series all about paying for companionship, Interspecies Reviewers is running dangerously low on friends in the Japanese broadcasting world. Last Saturday, the series about a team of prostitution enthusiasts visiting and ranking Monster Girl brothels at a rate of 2 establishments per episode aired its 6th episode out of a planned 12, and just 3 days later, Interspecies Reviewers has been dropped by yet another TV network. Preview for Interspecies Reviewers episode, so you can watch the thing about it, right? This time, it's Kobe's Sun TV that's dishonorably discharged the show. On February 18th, the official Interspecies Reviewers Twitter account posted this. Regarding the suspension of Interspecies Reviewers broadcast on Sun TV, due to the circumstances of Sun TV parent company, Sun Television Corporation, further broadcasts of the Interspecies Reviewers on Sun TV will be suspended. If the phrasing sounds familiar, it's because the new tweet is just about word for word the exact, it's just about word for word exact to the one, that's a weird way to phrase that, the production company sent out after Tokyo MX, the Tokyo area's most prolific late-night anime broadcaster, dropped Interspecies Reviewers. Okay, so I want to double... Okay. Oh, yeah, no, it does say all of Japan. For a second, I wanted to double-check, because I wondered if I had misread this and it said all of Tokyo, but no, it's all of Japan. For free. There's only free broadcast. There's only one free broadcast station still in Japan, meaning ATX and those HBO types are still streaming it, just to be clear. A decision that came on February 7th, following episode 4. This means that there's now only one free broadcast TV station still carrying Interspecies Reviewers, Kyoto, KBS Kyoto, which airs the anime at 2:10 a.m. Monday mornings, effectively as part of the Sunday late night programming block. For those willing to shell out to see the reviewers dive in, the series can also be seen on paid cable / satellite stations BS11 and its uncensored version, which is labeled as heart, uncensored version, heart, as it's listed on the official Interspecies Reviewers website. On paid satellite anime channel ATX, which we've discussed in the past, is basically like a Japanese version of HBO, right? So it's pay-per-view, obviously. as we're saying. So even fans of the series now seem to have developed a sort of gallows humor regarding its tenuous grip to broadcast life. And the Sun TV cancellation tweet announcement has been met with reactions such as, an honorable death for a hero. Well, this is animated porn after all. Its time on Sun TV has come and gone. Dear God, guys. Come on, Interspecies Reviewers. Okay. I've got a hunch ATX is going to be the only one who will carry the series all the way to the end. The way things have been going, it definitely is starting to feel like Interspecies Reviewers is living on borrowed time on KBS Kyoto. Likewise, while BS11 is a paid satellite service, the fact is that it's only carrying the censored version. The fact that it's only carrying the censored version suggests there's a limit to how provocative of content it wants to be showing. And it's probably foolish to expect Interspecies Reviewers to make much effort towards self-restraint when the series is built entirely on the premise of finding the best way to satisfy your urges. Interspecies Reviewers' residence on ATX seems comparatively more secure, though, since the network was apparently fine with the concept of showing uncensored monster girl sex from the very beginning. And the series also remains available on a handful of paid online streaming services. And of course, there's the inevitable eventual Blu-ray release, for which the ad copy, the anime Too Hot for TV, has already pretty much written itself. So they're saying, obviously, that the free to watch, like you turn on the TV and just watch it, you just pay for the cable or whatever, any network you have on TV that's not Showtime, Stars, whatever, HBO, anything like that in the US, like any network here that you can just flip on the TV and watch as part of your basic cable package. When this sort of anime that's heavily censored and stuff shows on those, it acts as an advertisement for the Blu-ray where you'll be able to see it as uncensored, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, so I want to say I do think that so I put out a tweet today that echoed some sentiments that I've already, I don't know if I brought them up on the podcast or I just brought them up. I think I brought them up privately to you and the rest of the hosts. So let me, I had this to say. I can't help but think, or really hope, that Funimation dropping Interspecies Reviewers and the immediate fallout skyrocketing the series' popularity has created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for media blasters to license it and catapult themselves back into relevance in the industry. Fingers crossed.
Media blasters, we mean Kitty Media.
Either one, right? I at media blasters because that's how I get them like thinking about it, right? Because it's the official Twitter account of Media Blasters, right? Which is bringing you recent titles: Yosuga no Sora, Ladies vs. Butlers, Juden-chan. All of these seem like they're a perfect lead-in directly to Interspecies Reviewers, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing though is that this is kind of what I kind of hope that the other Japanese free broadcasts, the Kobe, Kyoto's, what was it called? BBS? What was it?
BS11?
No. KBS. Kyoto's KBS Kyoto. I kind of hope that they drop it because there was a show. There's this really funny thing that happens with broadcast television where sometimes there was a show with Rob Lowe in it. I forget the name of it off the top of my head or what the premise was. I think it was he was like a therapist or something. And the network canceled the series for television at like halfway into the show. But they had an obligation for home video release or something. So the show had to get finished for the DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff, but it wasn't going to air on TV anymore. And so Rob Lowe and all of them got creative freedom to do whatever they wanted for the rest of it. So they set up this premise. And again, I don't remember the exact story of what it is, how it goes, but they set up this premise that the character's like a therapist. And then by the end of it, he's a serial killer who kills every other character in the show. Like it just takes this drastic turn at the episode where they got canceled, right? And I feel like that could happen to Interspecies Reviewers because for every station that gets rid of it, that's that much more hype behind it, you know, of people who are now going to check this out and buy the Blu-rays and stuff
And actually,
because it's the Streisand effect.
They might actually turn it into a straight up hentai. You think?
Oh, I think it could go to the moon and back if they get dropped on this other station, you know. So I almost kind of hope it happens, because I think already it's going to have, it's for every station that dropped it, starting with Funimation, a lot more people are going to buy that Blu-ray because of that, right? And so I think that's why I want Media Blasters to try to pick it up, because already the thing about Funimation is they don't have a hentai line. I mean, a lot of their stuff is arguably borderline the way Interspecies Reviewers is, but the thing is that they don't outright have a unabashed we make hentai sub company, right? But Media Blasters does, and Media Blasters prides themselves on the fact that that's pretty much all they do now, right? So it seems like a perfect opportunity for them to take over Interspecies Reviewers and bring their company back into prominence, back into prominence on the stage, because what happened to them is during that 2008 financial crash, when the anime market bubble popped and everything, and Genio went out of business, ADV went out of business, all of them went out of business. Media Blasters scaled back their company to like 5 employees, maybe 3, right? And they still existed and they weathered the storm, but they're nowhere near where they were. Right? Mm-hmm. Versus Seed says, I actually thought Interspecies was hardcore ecchi, but the GIF I saw was straight hentai. I mean, yeah, I think it's softcore hentai. I think that I would delineate a difference between hardcore ecchi, softcore hentai, actual hentai. You know what I mean? Because as far as I know, they haven't shown penetration yet.
Nope.
But the Japanese are real creative, as I have seen from Panty and Stocking, on how they get away with showing things. There was stuff in that I was straight up shocked to see. And I don't know why I was, honestly, because it's not like I was watching it on Adult Swim or something. But I think back to, like in Panty and Stocking, they have, I think it was Chuck's character, like the little, maybe it was in one of the specials, actually. I think it was in the special. Maybe that was even less weird because it was not something that aired on TV or whatever. But they have the little guy that lives in his brain or whatever comes out and like has sex with the thing, and you just see like the shadow of the penetration, right? Yeah. Constantly going in there.
In the series. That was actually in the
series.
That
was in the series? Okay. Yeah. So that made me think of, do you remember in the first, I think it's the first season of Family Guy, they have an ad for a diamond company, like a diamond ring, and it says,
I never watched Family Guy.
Well, there's a line, I forget what it says, like, it's like the name of the company, and then it says she'll pretty much have to. And it reenacts, I believe, a commercial they used to do where it's a silhouetted shadow being cast of the people meeting and giving the ring or whatever. So he takes out the ring, and then you have her shadow, and it just goes like it starts lowering down, right? Like he's gonna get fellatioed or something, right? Yeah. But the thing is that when they were making that, they sent that to the censors over and over again, each time removing one more frame until the censor said it was okay. Because like going all the way down was too much, but going halfway down, and having it cut right there was like where they finally got that middle ground. So that's like America had that much hardline censorship on that. But Japan like got away with like this full-on penetration stuff, which showed on TV on Adult Swim, right? Wasn't Panty and Stocking on Adult Swim?
Nope, never got on Adult Swim.
Okay, I don't know why. I just assumed it was.
I mean, it's a shoo-in for Adult Swim, but all the bleeps that would happen would make it funny.
Yeah. So anyway, let's do pickups real quick. Do you have anything you want to share?
I have nothing yet. Well, I mean,
okay.
I'm not home. I will have one for.
Oh, that's week. Right. That's right. Okay, so I've got some pickups. So you guys know that I've been reading this book titled "Japanese Influence on American Children's Television."
Yeah, you should have last week.
What's up?
You should have said last week.
Yes, well, I'm referencing it because I'm going to be showing you something I picked up because of the book. I don't remember if I actually verbalized this on the podcast, but I've been learning about a lot of interesting stuff. So first of all, I think I said last podcast that Saturday morning, I thought of Saturday morning cartoons. I guess it was a network thing. Actually, I don't think it is a network thing. It's literally just referring to the time of day, Saturday morning, but they have it in all caps or whatever, like capital Saturday, capital morning. I don't know. It wasn't explained super well because they're talking about. I thought they were talking about a channel, but they're actually talking about network television in general on Saturday mornings throughout the years. But they talk about how the person who wrote the book flipped on the TV and noticed that literally every single thing on, like, so presumably if you went to Kids WB, Fox, all these different channels that show cartoons on Saturday morning, every single channel they flipped to was showing an anime, right? And so the premise of the book is tracking what shows were in the 60s and 50s of the start of Saturday morning cartoons, and how they slowly got taken over by Japanese properties, right, including Power Rangers and stuff like that, how that integrated in to the point where it replaced American sensibilities with straight up Japanese sensibilities, to the point where, like, if you were to try to show Yu-Gi-Oh at the same time as the animated Superman series back in the 60s, people wouldn't have understood it. That's the argument they make. But they talk about a specific interesting thing that I thought was pretty funny about how there's this weird thing that happened where you guys know about Godzilla, right? Or Gojira, as it's called in Japan, how that's clearly a Japanese property. And then that property is sort of based on King Kong, which predates it in America for what was at the time just a one-off movie or whatever of man fighting this giant beast and shooting it on the Empire State Building and everything, right? And what's really funny is that they made a King Kong cartoon for Saturday morning television, and it was animated by Toei. But what's weirder than that is that they also made a Godzilla cartoon, but it was animated by Hanna-Barbera. So the Japanese property got animated by an American company, and the American property got animated by a Japanese company. Oh, Mobile Mercenary says, barely in here using my ever exceeded data. Well, get to some Wi-Fi.
Definitely not worth paying the fines and fees.
Don't data. Especially considering it's only like the 19th. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would catch the broadcast afterward. But thank you for being here. Do appreciate it.
Yeah.
So those are some pickups I got from that, and then I have a bunch of stuff that I picked up from Hunter. I want to show you guys two things actually. Let me grab one of them. So when Hunter was going through all the stuff he had in his storage container, there goes my water. I picked out a bunch of stuff that just looked fun or was like the original rendition of something. Like, for instance, one of the things I had him get for me is here. I didn't recognize it because of the side cover. Let me grab the other one too right here. Okay. So one of the things I had him grab for me, for example, is Little Nemo in Slumberland, released by Discotech. He had the original release that was from Our Time Family Entertainment and Echo Bridge Home Entertainment. So I had him throw that in because I like to have the older releases of things so I can compare them.
No. Has
the exact same cover on it, the same because it's the poster or whatever. But I saw something interesting that I didn't notice before I didn't know before about the movie. On the back here, for the one that Hunter sent me, it says artwork and design, copyright 2004 Funimation Productions. Did you know that? That's bizarre, right?
That's weird.
It says at copyright 2004, TMS, produced by TMS Entertainment, Ltd., all rights reserved, under license to Funimation. I never knew that. That's really interesting, right? So one of the other things I had him pick up for me.
Does it say that on the Discotech release?
No, it doesn't say that on the Discotech one. Let me check the Discotech one just to be certain.
If it's the artwork is
North American packaged and designed by Eastern Star 2011 on the Discotech one.
Okay.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting because the Funimation's not on the spine or anything. Like I don't see anything about them. I just randomly happen to see that. All right. So anyway, I've had this Serial Experiments Lane box set for a long time. I actually bought this when I moved to Arizona, like 2015 or whatever, when the channel was going through sort of like a weird transition phase because I was adjusting to trying to do things over here. This is one of the few things I bought while my collection was still boxed up, and I hadn't actually it was in the next room back then because I actually unloaded my collection over there because it was closer to the garage door and I wanted my son's room to be closer to our room. And then I realized that because of how the door opens, I could get another bookcase in this room. So I swapped it. But I bought this and I eventually got it into my bookcase and everything, but I've always been a little bit annoyed that it doesn't have an end label. Well, it turns out the one that Hunter sent to me
had a slipcase. Yep.
Yeah. So apparently I was just missing part of it. And I'm really like, I just thought like, yeah, I'll take it. I don't like the one I currently have. And then I get it here. I'm like, oh, it is the one I currently have. I was just missing part of it. So the last thing I'll share with you guys that I picked up because Augie was trying to flex about it earlier. 13 volumes of Mega Man NT Network. So interestingly about this, I had one volume already, volume 10. And of all the volumes, this one was the most damaged that Hunter sent me because not his fault or anything, just like the person who had it before when they took off that end label here, it tore there. So interestingly, the one I actually already had was in better condition than the one he sent me. So that was kind of a happy accident. Old Man says, Serial Experiments Lane is one of my favorite shows. You know, I need to watch it again at a time when my brain isn't running a million miles a minute. Because I love the music, but I haven't really enjoyed it. Like I haven't really gotten into it. But, and then also Mobile Mercenary says, oh, by the way, Sunday will be my 34th birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. Have a good one. So that's it for pickups right now that I want to share. Actually, I got one more I'll just show you guys. Somebody did a auction on eBay for part 6, 7, 8, and 9 of Dragon Ball Super. And I already had part 6, but I got these for like $50 for these extra 3 I didn't have. So that was a decent value. So anyway, and then they wrapped them all together. So I don't know. Anyway. All right, so let's get back into things. By the way, just so it's abundantly clear, FDM's not going to be joining us today because I had taxes yesterday. And I'll tell you that, so I'm going to continue this story. I was telling Reese earlier, but I was running the risk of the podcast starting without us or whatever, because I have to be here on time for the Facebook one to not get deleted. Mm-hmm. So I was telling you about the camera issues, right? So basically, long story short, I saw Sonic the Hedgehog with Duo on Monday, and we ran into an issue where it appeared that I corrupted some footage and I lost that footage. And during the recording process, I stopped for a minute and I checked to double check that we had it, because if we had lost it all, then we had to start all over, right, in our first impression explanations and everything. But it looked like we had it. But then when I got home and I plugged it into my computer and grabbed the footage, it looked like, oh shoot, actually there was one in between this one and the next one, and we did lose it. And then I spent about 5 hours straight researching how to recover corrupted stuff off of an SD card and paying $120 for a data recovery program, which took, like 8 hours pretty much to go through all the files on that SD card to even let me know if it's going to be able to salvage anything. And then at the end of it, I couldn't get what I thought I lost off of it. But the whole time I know I had the audio because I also had the dash cam footage, but I couldn't access the dash cam footage because I would have had to cancel the scan for the current footage that I was looking through on the other card in order to get that off the dash cam and put it on my computer. And then when I did, it turned out I didn't lose any footage. So, but the problem is I went to bed at like 5 a.m. The day before yesterday, and that was emotionally exhausting. Now, on the bright side, my taxes went exceptionally well. And I'm just like, I don't want to jinx it, fingers crossed, but I might actually be in a really good place coming up when that tax refund gets here, because I'll be able to pay off those credit card debts that I accumulated when I didn't have a job, and that would be flipping fantastic. In fact, we might actually have enough left over that I could actually get Kenichi Sonoda to do the logo for the podcast. So let's keep me in your prayers regarding that. Anyway,
we might have a permanent background to these streams now.
We might actually. And better thumbnails and all that stuff.
That we could actually do that.
Oh, come on. I get emails from Gage from StreamYard that tell me about all these features, and I never got that email. Anyway, so Old Man says it's trippy. It kind of predicted everybody living their lives online when hardly anybody had internet. Yeah, no, it does. I agree with that. So let's get back into things here. So, all right, all right, so something interesting happened, actually. Actually, a couple interesting things. So I'm going to cover the coronavirus finally. But all I'm going to do is read a bunch of headlines for most of it. So Infinite Dendrogram is the latest TV anime delayed to the coronavirus. A certain scientific railgun teen new episodes delayed due to coronavirus. A 3 anime production delayed to April due to coronavirus. Osaka's biggest cosplay event of the year, Nipponbashi Street Festa 2020, canceled due to coronavirus fears. Bushi Road cancels all hosted anime gaming events due to coronavirus. 14th annual Seiyu Award limits attendance. You want this?
I'll take it, but I gotta leave Chloe here. I'm late.
Okay.
Time got away from me.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen.
I'll take her.
All right. Sorry, my wife just came in here to tell me she had to leave my daughter, and then my daughter woke up right as she was, because my wife's picking up my son right now from work, or from school, not from work. My 6-year-old doesn't have a job. Anyway, all right, so here's the thing. So coronavirus now killing people in Japan. So I've been sort of trying to get to this news for a long time regarding the coronavirus, because I think that this is going to be very important for us to understand. So just in the little tidbits I've given you guys leading up to this point, because I've been too busy covering other stuff to really get to focus on it. If it's true what the Chinese research suggests, that the coronavirus is 5 times more likely to affect Asian males than other people, and coincidentally also seems to be something that white people are immune to for whatever reason, because it definitely appears to be a biologically engineered weapon. But you guys got to understand that this is going to affect anime much, 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 much more than what I just went through those little articles, right? Because Japan has an aging population, and they're the most susceptible to dying from the coronavirus. And as I understand it, you never stop being contagious. Even if you have the coronavirus and make it through, you still can spread it after you've had it. So Japan is going to get wrecked. And economically, it might collapse. Like, we might be on the verge of watching a bunch of the shows you're watching right now might end. They might straight up end, because this could get out of hand. And I think it already has in China, right? But so this is kind of scary here. A woman in Kanagawa Prefecture has become the first person to be killed by the hazardous coronavirus on Japanese soil, hopefully also serving as the last. The woman, who was in her 80s, died on February 13th after being diagnosed with pneumonia on the 1st. The cause of her illness was initially unknown, but the coronavirus was confirmed as the culprit come her passing. Perhaps most worryingly, the elderly woman had not traveled overseas recently, meaning she was afflicted by the ailment in Japan. She may have contracted the virus from her son-in-law, who lives in Tokyo and was diagnosed with the disease several days ago. The son-in-law works as a taxi driver, but has denied having transported any foreign visitors in the 2 weeks before he caught the disease. There have now been over 250 cases of coronavirus in Japan, and the fact that this aged woman is the first to have died may give some indication of the disease's fatality rate in countries with good healthcare systems. Most coronavirus cases, at least 218, as of the time of this writing, have been related to the Diamond Princess cruise ship, which suffered a major outbreak some time ago. Other cases may include Chinese tourists visiting Japan. Funny thing about that cruise ship. So first of all, I tried to link this article in the doc, and Facebook wouldn't let me publish the update to post it because the japantimes.co.jp goes against Facebook's policy. So make of that what you will. That's why I linked it through the Reddit post to get back to this article, which again, I'm not actually going to read this one. I'm just going to give you the headline here. The U.S. to send plane to Japan to evacuate Americans on cruise ship. 67 more infections reported on board. So this is something I've held off on reporting because I just had other more anime related things to sort through, and it just sort of like this was the thing I just kept pushing off. But I've known about this cruise ship stuff for a couple weeks now. Now it's a darn shame for these people, these Americans on the cruise ship, because everybody who's stuck on the quarantine cruise ship have been gifted free porn. So the poor passengers quarantined on the Japanese Diamond Princess cruise ship due to an outbreak of the coronavirus have been offered free pornography in their plight, certain to have some debating whether or not this was a genuine concern for masturbatory health or merely an attempt to accrue attention through generosity. Adult company Cam Soda are promising all 3,700 passengers 1,000 free tokens, which can be spent on cam girls or possibly anime girl avatars via their website. The ship is docked at the Daikoku Pier in Yokohama along with the World Dream ship. Both ships are owned by Princess Cruises. Though the World Dream ship has since released its 3,600 passengers. Cam Soda Vice President Darren Parker shared his thoughts on the condition of the passengers. They are not only dealing with the fear of infection, which is terrifying, but boredom. Oh my God. We like cruises just as much as the next guy, but without activities or human interaction, the boredom must be crippling. In an effort to keep their minds off the coronavirus and help with the boredom, we're offering passengers and crews the ability to have fun in a safe and controlled environment with camming. Oh, that's too good.
I want to know what percentage of those 3,600, right?
Uh-huh.
How many of those are actually underage?
Adults.
And it says every single one of them got tokens. Is that the?
I don't know. Maybe it's a booze cruise. Maybe they all had to be above age. The cruise ship was placed into quarantine on February 4th. And at least 174 cases of coronavirus infections are said to be confirmed. It has been questioned whether or not passengers are even able to access the website as the parent company of Princess Cruises, Carnival Corporation of PLC, prohibits access to adult sites on its cruise line. Can you imagine?
Here's your 1,000
The following
tokens, but we can't even get on the internet.
The following statement was found in their Wi-Fi terms of service. All internet use is subject to Carnival Corporation standard policies, which may limit browsing of sites identified as containing mature or violent content. Oh God, that is so funny. So I think they're right. This seems like a what do they say? accrue attention through generosity. Yeah, that seems like this is a press release. Oh, those poor people at this very, trying time of this big news story. We're going to help them with free tokens for cam girls. And they can't even use them. So that's like, they're not even going to get spent, right? Like,
How much are these tokens worth? Are they like
I don't know.
yen
That's
each?
a good question.
Are they
That's
like
a good
1
question.
yen each?
Let me click on this link and see if the thing that they have linked here has a because I'm sure that they're reporting on another article's report. Yeah, Fox free porn offered to quarantine coronavirus cruise passengers. Let me see. Okay, I can show this. It's not going to be. What? Porn site offers Super Bowl Chiefs and 49 players per. Oh, like, is this like another ad where they were giving them condoms or something? Okay, let's see if we can find out. I have no idea. Exchange for 1,000. Okay, so for webcam sessions redemption, Cam Soda is requiring quarantine passengers and crew members to send a copy of their travel documents via email in exchange for 1,000 free tokens, which can be used to pay for live streams with porn stars. However, it is not clear whether quarantine passengers will be able to take advantage of Cam Soda's offer. Fox Business reached out to Princess Cruises to gain clarity on whether adult websites are accessible on the company's on-ship network, internet network, but did not immediately hear back at the time of publication. I don't know if anybody out there is a user of Cam Soda's websites, and you can tell me it'd be funny to know about the actual like exchange rate, dollars to coins or whatever, tokens or whatever. Anyway, also I want to address some of these chats.
Yep.
Old man said a few years ago the toilets quit working on one of those cruise ships. There were stories of people wading through waste because of overflowing toilets. I mean, don't the toilets like empty into the ocean on a cruise ship? Also, Versus Seed said, dude, I've been sick for like a week. Where are my free tokens? Yeah, you guys hear me coughing up a lung? I've been sick as well. What? My mind is confuzzled by this article. Yeah, it's quite the article to read on tokens. All right, so let me open this one in Safari so we can get some of these embedded tweets real quick. Also, let me close. Let me close something real quick. I'm going to close something that may or may not be sucking my bandwidth down. All right, here we go. So let me stop screen sharing that. Oh, also I took off my jacket, so if I look different. Okay, here we go. Did the Akira manga predict the coronavirus epidemic? Tiny background detail in 80s manga masterpiece getting new attention decades later. When Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe showed up at the closing ceremony of the 2016 Olympics for the baton to be passed from Rio de Janeiro to Tokyo, he was dressed as Nintendo's Super Mario. However, a lot of fans of Japanese pop culture have a different franchise in mind when they think of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, Akira. In the world of the landmark science fiction manga, which started publication in 1982 and was adapted into an anime movie in 1988, Tokyo, or Neo Tokyo, as the city has been renamed, is getting ready to host the 2020 Olympic Games. The coincidence of this playing out in real life has led to some cross promotion between the real life games and Akira. The coincidence of this playing out in real life has led to some cross promotion between the real life games and Akira. But now fans have dug up a pair of other parallels. I guess I have to click on this to actually see it. Okay.
I'm not seeing it.
So I guess there's like a riot happening in probably China. over the coronavirus, and that these guys are also like they're kind of dressed with the helmet and the he's got the speed sign, the 30.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So he's
somebody ripped a speed sign out of the freaking ground.
Yeah, so and he's using it as like a shield. Yeah, he's got one too, right? So yeah, I can see what they're talking about. Okay,
Using
so let's see what
the street signs as weapons and shields. I was like, all right.
At the demonstration in Hong Kong, I saw a person breaking the glass with a road sign as a shield and wearing it on, I think they mean on their arm. It's a bad translation because it's Twitter translation. I was excited, like Akira's Great Tokyo Empire. Okay, I have a feeling that's a terrible translation, but we're gonna go with it. We're going to see what they have to say here. The first actually comes from a tweet sent by Koto Hirano, creator of manga series Hellsing and Drifters, last July during the Hong Kong street protest. Hirano spotted a protester in a photo holding a round street sign in his hand like a shield/battering apparatus and said it reminded him of the scenes of makeshift weaponry from Akira. But there's another eerier similarity with the real-life events in the manga scene above, which wasn't spotted until just a few days ago by Japanese Twitter user PC Works Kid. Okay. So they shared this one. That's the World Health Organization, I assume, WHO.
Mm-hmm.
In the top right corner of the scene, there are several columns of Japanese text which look to be a public posting on the streets of Neo-Tokyo. Portions of the passage are cut off, but what can be read in the section boxed in red starts with World Health Organization's response to infectious disease outbreak criticized. At the time of the manga's creation, this was probably meant to be just another piece of incidental information, letting the reader know how harsh the stories were. Oh, sorry, I thought that said stories would be. Stories world is how harsh the story's world is. But flash forward to the real 2020, and Japan is indeed dealing with the coronavirus crisis, with new cases of infection still being discovered and the first death caused by the disease inside Japan occurring last week. So these are the reactions that people had on Twitter. The only explanation is that Akira was written by Nostradamus, or maybe a time traveler. Can Akira creator Katsuhiro Tomo see the future? Akira is basically a prophecy now. So does this mean if we go back and read Akira, we'll know how to handle the coronavirus outbreak? Yes. Or does this mean that the incident in Wuhan that caused the coronavirus was actually a human experimentation that's going to result in a Tetsuo type figure? The coincidence is especially surprising because while Akira was an extremely respected, influential series, it's not a particularly large body of work, at least by manga/anime standards. Sure, a sci-fi story with a leisurely, meandering narrative will have to fill space with enough wild guesses as to what the future holds that at least some of them will turn out close to the mark. Akira, though, has just 120 comic chapters and a single 124-minute movie, so it's a little unnerving to see it making accurate predictions like it's The Simpsons. I just want to see what they're, because this is a Japanese publication. I'm just curious what they're. Are you fucking kidding me? Did the embedded tweets not load on Safari either now? Okay, good. Wait a minute. What? I clicked this. And it takes me back to the same page. Yep. Okay. Well, apparently I'm not the only one who fucks up pasting links. That's great. Anyway. All right. So let me go back to the. Let me go back to this one real quick. All right. So I saw this and I haven't read all of this. If this is even remotely true, this is the funniest truth is stranger than fiction thing I've ever seen. Oh, and as they start here, reality.
I'll be right back. I'm going to step out for a minute.
You really got to be here for this one. Do you want me to skip it and come back?
Okay. Read it.
Okay. Reality is stranger and slightly more stupid than fiction. And I love this. As the Kung Flu continues to rage throughout China after reportedly escaping a Chinese biotechnical company that features the Umbrella Corp logo and whose name literally translates to Umbrella Biotech Limited. most of the world have hesitated to propose a travel ban to and from China, let alone condemn them for developing a virus in an IP infringing laboratory tied to the Bill Gates Foundation, probably related. But I'll leave that to Alex Jones. I'll leave that to Alex Jones to properly rant about. So yeah, do you think that's a little bit weird? That the facility where this it breached from was titled Umbrella Biotech Limited and has a logo that's a clear ripoff of the Umbrella logo from Resident Evil.
Pretty fun.
Yeah. So if you want to dip out for a minute, I'll continue reading this. I'll tell you if there's anything interesting here. Okay, cool. On January 27, 2020, Danish newspaper, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, posted a picture of the Chinese flag with the stars replaced with little coronaviruses. Oh God, that's good. I also love how they call it the Kung Flu. I think that's the new name we should call it. This is the same newspaper that made the 2005 Muhammad comic that triggered an international incident over people not understanding the Quran only forbids them from depicting the Prophet Muhammad. Okay. Like the Muslims, the Chinese government, with obviously nothing more important to deal with at the moment, drew objection to the comic and demanded the paper apologize for putting it out. Naturally, this had the opposite effect of signal boosting the comic around the world. Don't try to control people. It doesn't ever work out. The paper's editor-in-chief, possessing the fortitude leaders in Western nations and World Health Organizations absolutely lack, promptly told the Chinese government they would not be apologizing over a cartoon. We cannot apologize for something we don't think is wrong. We have no intention of being demeaning or to mock, nor do we think that the drawing does. As far as I can see, this here is about different forms of cultural understanding. I don't know that I would say it's demeaning, but they are mocking it because this is like a cultural, this would be like replacing the U.S. flag with I'm sure I'm trying to come up with what I've definitely seen, like drones for stars and blood spray for the stripes or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they'd be like doing something like that, which would be. It's accurate, but it is a cultural icon that they're debasing for the sake of criticizing the behavior, right? Which I think is accurate. But anyway, the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, also stood up and defended the newspaper, stating, "We have freedom of expression in Denmark, also to draw." Naturally, the BBC, who covered this, attempted to delegitimize the Danish position by highlighting how the Chinese have pointed out how Denmark surrendered to Nazi Germany during World War II. Well, right on. That's a fair blow to make in your argument, right? That's definitely not a childish way of fighting this argument, as if that somehow is related to this entire conversation. Outside people telling you to welcome plague victims or be a Nazi despite communist regimes demonstrating a vastly more intolerant ethno-nationalistic tendency over the last 100 years, including China's own Mao and the Chinese government today. Then concluding how the use of the freedom of expression could result in violence similar to what occurred after the cartoon of Mohammed in 2005, a bluff the Prime Minister of Denmark surely had a good laugh at, considering Denmark is a founding member of NATO, and China is in no position to be waging a war against anyone at this point in time. At any rate, this is the kind of behavior the gaming industry in Western blah, blah, blah. All right, I thought this top part was just too good not to share. By the way, my highlighting app is broken. It's not engaging anymore. So prepare for a lot of reading articles that I otherwise would have just highlighted. All right, so YouTube paid Activision Blizzard $160 million for esports exclusivity, as per reports. I'm going to skip this. I think that headline basically says it. I hadn't read this yet, but I'm basically saying I think it basically says that they tried to have exclusivity, which I assume is exclusivity over Twitch, right? But I don't care enough to go through this right now. Also, Otaku Versus, they got their episode up. If you guys want to check it out, we talked about this in the last podcast. Funimation edits joke to remove light sexual humor in Bofuri. I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. In their continuing tradition of altering the scripts of original anime productions during the dubbing process, Funimation has changed a line in their dub of Bofuri to remove a grade school level sexual joke. Bofuri follows Kaede Honjo, a brand new player to the fictional VR MMORPG New World Online. In her adventures as her in-game avatar Maple, in which she focused every single available skill point solely into defense, in episode 2 of Bofuri, Defense and Friends, Maple enters and takes third place in a battle royale style event. In a post-game interview conducted by the game's mascot Dorazu, a nervous Maple feels embarrassed after tripping over her words. In the original Japanese version of the interview, Maple makes an accidental double entendre by stating that she took a pounding in the arena before becoming embarrassed at her word choice. In the English dub, Maple instead mixes up the words hoppy and happy, as seen in these clips provided by Twitter user. Oh, that's just terrible. Yeah, so she says something like, hold on, here's the original Japanese. Let's kick off our interviews with our third place winner, Maple. Anything to say about the event? I took a pounding, but I liked it. Did she just trip over her tongue? She sure did. That's what the crowd, anyway. So this is what they said in the English one. Let's talk about Maple. What are your thoughts about the event? Well, it was tough, but I'm happy. Oh, did she just say happy? Sure did. Yeah, that's a terrible fucking joke. That's horrendously bad. And that's ridiculous. So I will point out here that one of the characters in this interview is voiced by Monica Rial.
Okay.
The mascot is voiced by Monica Rial, the one doing the interview. So perhaps Funimation, because this is just speculation at this point, but we have talked about how it seems possible that them getting rid of Interspecies Reviewer could entirely be because of the fact that they expect to. They don't want to give more ammunition to Vic's team because they think it seems very likely they're going to lose appeals. That Vic is going to win and they're going to be back on the chopping block in front of the judge. And I think Funimation is going to need to settle. I think they're most likely to settle if that occurs. If they lose, if Vic succeeds on appeals and the case gets brought back in and the TCPA is thrown out, I think Funimation is probably most likely to settle. And it seems possible, at least plausibly, that removing sexual jokes on their new properties surrounding Monica Rial might be just like an effort to try to avoid giving ammunition while the court case is going on. But again, that's entirely speculation, possibility, rather than nobody's saying it's a fact right now. We don't know that. I'm just saying. All right, so let's get into the Kickstarter crowdfunding news. So, the Island of Giant Insects, English dubbed final edition. Reese, have you looked into this yet? Oh, wow.
I have not.
Wow. The trajectory on this has...
skyrocketed?
No, it has fallen. This
really?
used to be like tipped right up to here yesterday. Like it looked like it was going to make it all the way up, and now it's like not having a lot of confidence.
No, it's not.
So I haven't looked into this. I did go with the lowest tier I could to get. Boy, I hope there's nothing here that's going to get me in trouble. To get the Blu-ray, which is horrendously expensive, $182. Let me see. So The Ultimate Fan Package, we will offer you English dubbed final edition Blu-ray disc with maximum video quality and 5.1 surround sound, region code free. In addition, a campaign exclusive design t-shirt, Japan premiere limited promotional items, a B2 size poster, flyer, and an A4 size paper organizer, plus a digital copy package, assorted keyframes, and character setting materials. Note delivery date. Okay, so I was just curious because there's for way more money. Where was it? You can actually, yes, your screaming voice used in the movie.
How long is this thing?
It's a movie, so it's like 100 and something minutes.
My Shambles were movies too, and they were only 60 minutes. Let me look it up.
I think it said on here. Originally an online comic series, The Island of Giant Insects.
Hour and 16 minutes. An hour and 16 minutes.
So 72 minutes total.
Yeah.
Or 76, rather.
And it's bombed on MyAnimeList right now.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't look good at all. We talked about this previously because for some reason, Crunchyroll wrote like 3 or 4 articles about it when it was just coming to streaming places or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it was like, okay. But yeah, so I thought it would be really funny if we crowdfunded, because it's actually a lot less money than I thought it would be to get your voice in there. But I thought it would be really funny to crowdfund it on behalf of somebody else. Because, okay, so to get your voice in, you need to pay the $437, right? That gets you your screaming voice used in the movie. But if you do the next one up, which is $909, no, not that one. What is it? This one? Not that one. You will be a character in the movie if you do $1,818. I thought it'd be really funny if we crowdfunded it and got Rontoye in the movie, and his death message was like, "Looks like my tweet," or something like that. But obviously, they would probably reject that outright, even though that would be really funny for the meme. To have like a video animation of some giant insect eating his head or whatever. Anyway, yeah, so I don't think there's much else to say about this right now. This is like a, from what I understand, it's like an American horror movie where it's kind of almost porn or like really, really softcore porn. You know, like, so the whole thing is like, it's a horror movie that has like tentacle rape or type aspects in it, as you can kind of see from some of the stuff. So anyway, we'll keep that going for the next 25 days of podcasts. See where that goes. Convention news. Let me pull up some of these. Oh, I got some interesting stuff about Sonic for us to talk about. Let me just open these up real quick. Have you seen it yet, Reese?
No.
Okay. So California's Gallery Nucleus to host Ghibli art director Yoichi Nishikawa. So I just put this in the convention news because it was convenient. So it's going to be March 21st if you're in the Los Angeles area or whatever. The California, is it Los Angeles? I think it's Los Angeles. Anyway, this is a thing in California if you want to check it out. So Sonic the Hedgehog film earned $3 million in the Thursday preview screenings in the U.S. That's one thing, but also live action Sonic film has best opening weekend for a game adaptation ever, which is kind of surprising, but also not really surprising. And in my first impressions with Duo, I kind of talk about like, if the movie didn't have the controversy, if the design that they used in the final version of the movie was the design in the original first trailer, I really don't think, hold on one second, I'm going to close my door all the way. I don't think people would have been that hyped to go see it. You know, I definitely think there's some people who would have seen it regardless, but I feel like the movie has a lot more going for it. Like a lot more people were geared up and like had made the decision, yeah, I'm definitely going to go see it, specifically because of the controversy, right? But I am kind of surprised to see that it has a even bigger opening weekend than Detective Pikachu and all that, you know? Now, social media cultists slander Sonic movie to boost failing Birds of Prey. So this is also kind of ironic. I jokingly brought this up in the first impressions. I might remove it. Like I might edit it out if it's not really necessary to be in there. But I was talking about how, like for instance, I saw Jamie Markey retweeted something. Somebody had tweeted that said, "I think I just witnessed sexism in action" or something. And it was like an article. It was side by side, two pictures. One of them said Ford versus Ferrari makes such and such amount of money, huge opening for this movie, right? And then Birds of Prey makes this such and such amount of money, which I think was actually slightly higher than Ford versus Ferrari, but they're saying this is abysmal, the movie's failing, whatever. And then they show the comparison of the budget for the movies, and they're roughly the same, right? As in, like, the Birds of Prey movie, it's sexist to say that it's not doing well, but I think that completely takes out of consideration the fact that the budget for the movie and the budget for marketing are two different things. And Birds of Prey probably spent like $100 million on marketing, right? Additionally, whereas Ford versus Ferrari probably didn't. And so that's kind of why it was a big deal for them. That's just my understanding of it, possibly. And I was talking to Duo about how, for some reason, people are claiming there's like an article that was written that said Sonic is beating Birds of Prey because of sexism. And I'm like, yeah, it's not the fact that Sonic is a kid's movie and Birds of Prey isn't, right?
Yeah, so Birds of Prey are.
Right, yeah, exactly, right? Like, kids are going to see Sonic. Families are going.
Parents have to go too, so that's at least one or two
birthday parties of entire classrooms of kids and stuff go, so I brought that up, but this is just really funny right here. So they compiled a bunch of these tweets to say, "I took my husband and two sons to go see Sonic movie and was appalled to hear homophobic slurs used throughout the movie. Luckily, Birds of Prey was showing in the next room and my family had a much better experience." And then literally the exact same copy paste of that same thing, right? And then I was the victim of a horrific hate crime while in the theater watching Sonic movie where these white men called me a fag and spit on me. Going to see Birds of Prey made me feel safe to go to the movies again. Since my kids walked out mid-screening of Sonic movie without me, I went to go look for them. I found them in Birds of Prey screening instead. I went to watch Sonic movie with my little brother, and there were a few really racist and homophobic scenes. So because of that, we walked out and went to see Birds of Prey, and we loved it. My brother said we should all be gay and do crime. So
I'll take things that never happened for $10,000.
Of course, all of these are fake. All these are fake, right? But it's funny because it the meme just keeps going. And somebody said, I went to watch Birds of Prey with my little brother, and there was a lot of really racist and homophobic scenes. So because of that, we walked out and went to see Sonic movie, and we loved it. My little brother said that we should all be gay and go fast. So anyway, so there's a lot here that are somewhat funny to watch, but I'm not going to go through all of them. But now I want to show you something. So in the first impressions, as you guys know, I've been vocally on the fence on whether or not I believe they actually planned the bad design for the controversy regarding Sonic, right? Because as a visual effects artist, I find it very hard to believe that the number of meetings that design had to go through to get approved, that it didn't get stopped somewhere along the line, right? Mm-hmm. But people have been arguing that the merchandise is proof that that was the original design. And here's part of the reason why. So first of all, we've got the Sonic the Hedgehog official novelization, right? And I'll point out that so in the trailer, you see Sonic in the shoe, not these shoes. These are actually the old design shoes, but you see Sonic in a pair of shoes that look like from the game, right? But actually, all of those scenes they re-rendered for the trailer with those shoes because he actually has like beat up mismatched shoes, and he gets the other shoes as a gift in the movie. It's not really a spoiler. It's the most obvious thing. You can see it coming from a mile away, and it's a product placement for Puma, but which is also one of the most obvious things in the world. But the fact that they use the old shoes with the laces and stuff like this, right? So, okay, you can say, all right, well, there's something that's part of the old design, right, for this merchandise. Also, I'm pretty sure that this exact image was from that marketing thing that got released earlier that we kind of talked about that one podcast, right?
Oh, yeah.
That marketing rush. But here's the thing. Sonic the Hedgehog 13-inch talking Sonic plush with 10 different sounds. This one, also using the old design with the shoes and stuff, appears to just have been a quick redesign, possibly, to give gloves, right? We've got Baby Sonic, no gloves. No
shoes.
No shoes either. Fuck, maybe that changes things. And then we've got this one, which is a repackaging, a repurposing of another obvious toy. This is what toy companies do. They have a toy design that exists, and they could put literally any branding on it and sell it again. It's like a ripcord, go fast through the hoop thing, right? And look at how horrendous Sonic looks. It's clearly the old design with the gloves just painted on, right? But here's the thing. I want to point out something here. This is a book. It's already available. Available from these sellers. That's interesting. It's only available from New York City Collectibles. Back ordered. Due in stock May 29th. Order now to reserve yours. Or what about this one? Oh, available from these sellers. Oh, New York City Collectibles. Back ordered. Due in stock May 29th. Order now to reserve yours. So, I don't know. You tell me. Well, I clicked on the StreamYard one. You tell me. Now, this one is available now. You could get it tomorrow with Brian, but I don't know. I feel like I'm still not
That
convinced.
face on that thing looks so weird.
Oh, yeah, it looks horrendous.
But go to the one where it shows like the front of his face. And yeah, right there, that one. Look at his face. That looks so freaking weird.
It's because it's really squashed to be flat enough to fit in this circle, right? Because Sonic has kind of like a wide head when the quills are out and everything. So yeah, it looks kind of squashed. It's very poorly painted. It does seem like it could be based on the old design, but and then the packaging, obviously, this is the artwork from the press release marketing thing. So I feel like I'm still on the fence about it. I mean, let me put it this way. There's ample evidence on both sides to suggest that it could or couldn't have been intentional, right? There actually is. There's so far like ample evidence on both sides to support either argument, because you just don't know, and it's impossible to know until like the something more would come out to prove it. But what I kind of feel like is happening is this is all like, and actually during our recording session, like after we were done with our first impressions, Dew and I went to Walmart to look for any of these. We asked them, like, do you guys have any Sonic the movie merchandise here? And he looks up on it on his little like pad or whatever. He's like, oh, we got socks and something. And I look at it like, no, they're from the game. They aren't actually for the movie version, right? They didn't have anything. Just like these things are all out of stock. So I don't know. I just thought that was weird. I thought I'd bring it up. Also, I want to share this one with you. How a legal dispute wiped hundreds of Sonic the Hedgehog characters from existence. But let me address some of these. Let me address some of this. All right. Okay. So first of all, Funimation needs to lay off Monica. Funimation needs to have apologized and corrected course like a year ago. So yeah, what they really need to do is get rid of Jamie Markey. Yeah, I need to pass on that Kickstarter. The lowest tier is way too expensive. Yeah, I totally agree. I hope that in the future they have an option to buy more of the disc, and maybe any of you guys who didn't want to back it at that level, I can help you get the disc. You'll just pay me, and I'll add another one to my cart of just the disc, which might be cheaper than what I had to get the pay gate to get in there. Birds of Prey is also a comic book movie, which should have already been an advantage over any regular movie. So the thing about Birds of Prey, though, is that they changed the name to Harley Quinn after it was in theaters, because when you think about when you go to the movie theater and you see the red scrolling text or whatever behind the people at the ticketing booth, and you're like, what movie should we go see? Birds of Prey. Is that a sequel to the Hitchcock movie? That doesn't sound good. Oh, look, Sonic the fucking Hedgehog.
Hell yeah.
Let's go see that. You know, so by changing the name to Harley Quinn, that's obviously something they should have put that in the title from the beginning. You know, like that should have been there.
It was called like Birds of Prey and the Emancipation of Harley Quinn or some bullshit.
Yeah, but see, they have
Harley Quinn Birds of Prey. Yeah, okay, that's
they should have done that from the beginning so that Harley Quinn is what you see on the thing. But then the other thing is, look, I know that everybody who watches this channel is into nerd culture enough to know who Harley Quinn is.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of theater goers at large have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
And the only way they will know who that is as theater goers and not watchers of the Batman animated cartoon, the only way they're going to know who that is if they saw Suicide Squad, which is already a terrible movie.
Yeah.
Right? So this being a sequel to an already established horrifyingly bad movie is also going against it, you know?
Yeah, it's actually going to be less than that one because the only people who will go see it will have to have liked Suicide Squad.
Yeah, and Duo had to say, when we were just discussing it while the camera was like cooling down or whatever during our first impressions.
Yeah, at least
he said, I think it's funny that they've got two recent Jokers. The Joker with Joaquin Phoenix and the Joker as played by, what's his name? Jared Leto. Yeah. And one of those Jokers was reviled. And the other one was critically panned and like widely applauded and everybody loved it or whatever. I didn't see either of the movies, so I can't comment on it. But he's like, I think it's funny that they made a sequel for the shit one, right? Instead of the one everybody loved.
No,
so anyway,
the one that everybody loves just came out, and it already is getting.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So also, so it's worse for it to do about the same as Ford versus Ferrari. Also, Jamie Marchi is ugly. So I'll say this about Jamie Marchi. When Vic said in the deposition that he's not sexually attracted to Jamie Marchi or whatever, of course, right? She's like part of being sexually attracted to somebody is being able to tolerate them as a person, obviously. So definitely not going to press X to doubt on that. But something I will say though is that if you look at his fiance or whoever, Michelle Specht, she looks exactly like her, just like not fat. So I don't know about that. I'm just throwing that out there. I do think that the answer was a coached answer for deposition, because the thing about deposition is you're not actually supposed to tell the truth in every sense. You are supposed to give a very specific version of the truth or of an answer, right? In order to embolden your case and prevent the other side from using their version of the truth against you. You know what I mean? Or whatever. So I don't think Vic was wrong for saying that, but I'm just saying that she does look a lot like Michelle Specht, and that casts doubt on that. Anyway, this is backwards thinking or something. Someone's shilling Birds of Prey. They tell men Birds of Prey is not for men, then are surprised men didn't see the movie. But honestly, women didn't go see it either. Nobody wanted to see it. See, that's another good point. They did. Who was it specifically? Somebody was going all over like, you know, this movie's not for you. Don't go see it stuff. And it's like, you know, that most of these superhero movie audience is female is going because their boyfriends dragged them to it. I mean, there are female fans of comics and stuff. Oh, apparently I unplugged my computer at some point. It's a good thing I noticed that. But the vast majority of women who go to see a Marvel movie are going because their husband or boyfriend or whoever brought them along, you know, to go see it. And I'm not saying they don't enjoy the movie. They still probably enjoy it. It's just not their first pick. You know what I mean? Without being there with their significant other. Maybe we'll get a new Mario movie because of Sonic doing so well at the box office. We have a new Mario movie coming, actually. I don't think it's a live action movie, though.
Yeah.
because we talked about this in the past about I am keeping an eye out for it because I'm going to try to work on it if I can. Probably won't be able to. Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. Again, but that's way too long for it to fit in the red text of the, like they need it to be Harley Quinn : Birds of Prey. Otherwise, it's not going to work. At Old Man, apparently they're making animated. Yeah. According to Andy Senior, made a video about it. Yep. All right, so let's get into this. So, how a legal dispute wiped hundreds of Sonic the Hedgehog characters from existence. By 1998, just a few years after Sonic the Hedgehog's debut, the Blue Blur was in trouble. Sega's follow-up. Oh, by the way, I want to throw one more thing out there. I mentioned this in my first impressions, but I just want to throw this out there. So, one more thing about the old design versus the new design. This movie, which I know you haven't seen it, Reese, and if anybody else has seen it, you'll get what I'm saying. But they kind of embrace memes a little bit to a level that works to its advantage quite well. But one thing that they missed out on an opportunity to do, but it was kind of a risky opportunity because it definitely would have flooded the rumor mill on whether or not the designs were on purpose, is there's a part in the movie where Dr. Robotnik's drones scan a footprint of Sonic's foot, right? In the shoe, and it's able to extrapolate that it's actually a smaller foot than the shoe. And he says, I've been able to, just by scanning this footprint, read this, and I've found the height, the spinal curvature and all that of the creature that made it or whatever, right? And I was just, I like got up in my seat because I was expecting him to say, my computer has already created a, what do you call it? Like a digital representation of what we might be looking for. And I was just ready for them to do that and have it be a shot from the trailer with the teeth and everything. Right? That would have been so hilarious, right? I would have laughed so hard.
Acknowledging it and passing it on and just carrying
it. Yeah, I
on
wanted them to say something like that so bad just so that I could make that the after the film clip and digitally impose it myself, but they didn't verbalize anything like that. So I'm kind of at a loss, and I just brought it up in the video so I can do it. But yeah, that would have been so funny.
That would be the best way to brush off something like that.
Right? Oh God, it would have been so funny, but it also would have made it seem like it was intentional to a degree. And also it would have been very weird because the thing is that they couldn't show that shot of him getting shot with the tranquilizer literally like 3 minutes before it happens in the movie, but it would have been so funny. So anyway, all right. By 1998, just a few years after Sonic the Hedgehog's debut, the Blue Blur was in trouble. Sega's follow-up to its Genesis home console, the Sega Saturn, was a total bust, and both Sonic cartoons had been canceled several years prior. To many American children, Sonic and his friends now existed primarily as comic book characters, and the comics were weird. In an issue of Knuckles the Echidna, I'm getting really tongue-tied. When I was doing the first impression of Duo, I had a phrase I tried to say horrendously. And I said it like 8 times before I gave up and started over at the recording on our way there. So anyway, in an issue of Knuckles the Echidna from the era, an armadillo quotes Bugs Bunny and hoists a hospital bed over his head as he trips on acid. By the late 2000s, this series and its hundreds of characters would be at the center of a grueling legal battle, one that has sparked outrage in the Sonic fandom and forever changed the course of the long-running franchise. How did it get to this point? The upheaval all comes back to one influential contributor by the name of Ken Penders. The comics. Archie Comics' Sonic the Hedgehog was a spin-off of a spin-off. Its premise, taken loosely from the 1993 Saturday morning cartoon of the same name, unofficially dubbed Sat-Am, Sat-AM, like Saturday morning in the AM, the Sat-AM by series fans, which itself is based on the video games. So it's a spin-off of a show that is a spin-off of the games, right? Longtime antagonist Dr. Robotnik became a techno-fascist dictator, while Sonic belonged to a team of anthropomorphic freedom fighters creatively named the Freedom Fighters. But when Sat AM was canceled after 2 seasons, Archie's team thought the comics' days were numbered. In 1997, writer Ken Penders attempted to send the series off with its 50th issue in the Endgame arc, a climactic finale in which Dr. Robotnik was killed and the planet was freed. Except there was a problem. Sega wanted more. Archie's various writers were left scrambling for new ideas. One month, you might find a story from future Valiant editor Carl Ballers hinting that Sonic's home planet of Mobius was actually a post-apocalyptic Earth, or perhaps you'd find a parody of Casablanca. At one point, future Spider-Man scribe Dan Slott parodied Sailor Moon and introduced an alternate version of Sonic who was an interdimensional cop, both within the span of a few pages. All right. While Sonic was a hodgepodge of ideas from many different writers. Hold on, I gotta find out what this tweet says. Apparently, Sonic the Hedgehog's middle name is Maurice. Speed is my middle name. Actually, it's Maurice, but don't tell anyone. Okay. Okay. All right. Why is she naked? Is that Sally, or that was a different character with blonde hair? I don't know who that was. Anyway, while Sonic was a hodgepodge of ideas from many different writers, sibling series Knuckles the Echidna, following Sonic's longtime rival turned friend, was entirely the brainchild of Penders, and he had so little creative oversight that he got to write whatever he wanted. The result was a heavily serialized story that slowly unraveled the mysteries surrounding Knuckles' origins, his enormous family tree, his ever-expanding array of superpowers, and his heroic destiny. While it had almost nothing to do with the video games, this was the definitive take on the character for fans craving backstory on the character. The Knuckles stories were just as weird as the mainline Sonic series. In the 4th issue, Knuckles was given a love interest named Julie Sue, whose soul had become linked to his the first time she laid eyes on him. This is apparently how echidnas mate in Sonic's world. All right, they imprint, great. So, several arcs would attempt to tackle the subject of fascism, which infamously led to Penders rewording Martin Niemöller's First They Came For poem. Okay, my wife just texted me. To be about Dr. Robotnik's persecuting hedgehogs and echidnas. There were also, again, in the 90s, you can do that. But God forbid you give your character the same birthday as Hitler in the 2015 to 2025 range, right? God forbid you do that, Horikoshi. There was also an issue where...
So that would basically be no sex on July 20th, right?
Sorry, what?
So that would basically mean no sex on July 20th. For sure.
Oh, because it's like 9 months before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no sex in July at all, pretty much. I mean, what if you have a preemie baby? I don't know. Just no sex. You can't have sex because Hitler's parents had sex. All right. There was also the issue where a friend of Knuckles' ally Charmy B dies from eating a chili dog laced with lemon sundrop dandelion, which is a not so hidden reference to LSD, right? Lemon sundrop dandelion. While investigating the LSD epidemic, Charmy and friends absentmindedly eat more of the tainted food and get high as a kite. This leads to a hospital scene in which an echidna doctor operates on Charmy and his insect blood spurts all over the place. Remember, these comics were ostensibly aimed at preteen kids. Knuckles was canceled in 1999, but Pender's story was incorporated into the pages of the main Sonic comics. In the Chaos Knuckles saga, the echidna turned green, gained the godlike ability to manipulate the fabric of reality, putzed around the series for a couple dozen or so issues, and then died. And in Mobius 25 years later, readers got a glimpse of the normally teenage heroes as adults. I mean, more than adults, if 25 years plus, they're middle-aged, who spent most of their time gossiping about their kids or deciding what to have for dinner. Reactions to Pender's work and his significant additions to the series canon were mixed throughout the broad constellation of fan sites and forums. Whereas contemporary fandom and its ensuing controversies mostly happens on centralized hubs like Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr, the Sonic fandom predates the centralized web. Contemporary reviewer Dan Drazen commended the story arc, The Forbidden Zone, on his personal website, saying the web of characters formed a complex whole worthy of a novel. Some liked the mature themes, saying the comics didn't talk down to kids. Versus Seed said, everyone born in November 2020 will realize their parents conceived them after watching the Sonic movie. So I didn't get this on camera, but Duo said something really funny. He said somebody pointed out to him, because the movie was released on Valentine's Day, he said, there's a disturbing number of people getting laid after seeing this film.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah. That's good.
Mommy, why am I called Sonic? Well, Timmy. Or well, Sonic. God. Why is the well, like, the talking to your kids like, well, Timmy? It's like, that's like so ingrained in me. Like, Mommy, why my name's Sonic? Well, Timmy. Wait, I'm not Timmy. well, that was going to be your name, Sonic. But.
So let me go through a couple more of these chats real quick so I get. Okay, so we're talking about the animated Mario. First, you heard of the new Mario movie. Okay, can't wait for Twitter to be offended on behalf of all Italian plumbers. See, the thing is that Italians are white mostly, and they're kind of olive, but you know what I mean. They're ostensibly white, the way that Asians are the new white. So I'm kind of curious if Twitter's even going to be offended on behalf of Italians. Because they're they sided with Hitler and Japan. They were part of the Axis powers, right? No. So we'll see.
Good luck with that.
In the movie, they explained where his shoes came from, but not his gloves, right? That could be a reason why the OG design was real, since that version didn't have gloves and didn't get explained. Here's the thing, though. He's wearing the gloves as Baby Sonic in the trailer. In the trailer, at least. I don't know. Maybe he's not in the movie. That's a good point. Because I checked it out just to double check. I went back and looked at the Baby Sonic trailer, and he does have gloves. I don't recall if he had them in the movie though, but I think he probably did. I couldn't tell you though. Anyway. Also, I brought up on the podcast that one scene with the laser cutting the roof off of that car, that the drone wasn't in the reflection of the car. In the movie, it was. But here's the thing. It actually is there in the trailer, too. But it's so subtle, I didn't notice it until I saw it on the huge screen. So it's there. It's just not very effectively put in. Old Man says, I've seen... Oh, by the way, Old Man, let me link... Let me link your eBay. Old Man messaged me. Was that on Twitter? I think that was. Let me pull that up for real quick. Yeah. So let me link this if anybody wants to pick up any of the stuff you've got for sale. So let me read this real quick. I've seen stories about Mario being problematic because he's an Italian stereotype. That was just before Super Mario Odyssey came out. I mean, I don't think anybody who's actually Italian is offended by the stereotype. But yeah, I see what you're saying. So here's old man's items that are for sale. So I'm going to go ahead and post that there. You guys can follow that link if you want to pick up any of the stuff he's got for sale. I won a bid already, so that's nice. Before shit. J2X. Did I buy the other one? I don't know. I think I had one of them. Anyway, I bought Saber Marionette J from the old man. All right. Anyway, back to what am I doing? Back to the topic at hand. All right, let's get through this. So okay. Others were less impressed. All the elements should have been there. And with so much hype and foreshadowing, it could have been something truly great. Read Sonic Retro's review of Mobius 25 years later, but instead it was a meandering, overblown, ill-planned mess. Similarly, fan blog Hedgehogs Can't Swim described the pivotal Knuckles chapter 25 as, quote, another heaping load of exposition and another excuse for Ken to masturbate his ego. Okay. And in the broader fandom, many Sonic fans simply couldn't reconcile the drastic differences between the comics and the games. Penders eventually moved on to the other projects in 2006, including storyboards for the first 2 episodes of King of the Hill. Okay. And was replaced by newcomer Ian Flynn, who had been a fan of the series since childhood. Flynn began making big changes. The dialogue got snappier. Half-finished storylines were neatly tied up. Characters fans hated were killed off. and things were brought to a bit more in line with the games. Looking back on comments from 2010, many thought this was an improvement. Honestly, I have enjoyed the comics a lot more since he came on board. No offense, Ken, but honestly, Ian is doing a much better job than you did. He's clearing things up and giving characters more depth. There was one person in particular who wasn't pleased with Flynn's work, though, and that was Penders, of course. The writer took pride in the fact that his stories hadn't built off the work of other Archie contributors and viewed Flynn's continued use of his characters unfavorably. All Mike and Ian are doing is living off the work done by others that came before them instead of allowing Sonic to grow and evolve in a similar organic manner when I was on the book. He said in a February 2010 post to his now defunct personal forum, I especially don't consider anything either does with any of the Echidna characters, especially Knuckles' father, Locke, to be canon, as neither created the character nor established them in stories as the viable fan favorites they become. Penders did more than simply declare the unapproved use of his character as non-canon, though. He took legal action over it. Okay, so here we get into the actual stuff here. The lawsuits. In 2009, Penders began copywriting his Sonic work with the intention of independently continuing Mobius 25 years later. In 2010, the copyrights were approved. This was a problem for Archie and Sega, who were still reprinting Penders' old stories and using the 200-plus characters he had introduced. On November 23, 2010, Archie filed a federal lawsuit against Penders, claiming he had breached his contract. Archie Comics declined to comment for the story. Who cares? Suddenly, Penders was catapulted into the spotlight, and his image among fans was wasn't flattering. Some agreed that Penders deserved compensation for his reprinted work. Comic book creators are notoriously exploited and underpaid. Others thought that the whole ordeal was absurd, not understanding how Penders could possibly copyright characters such as an evil version of Sonic from another dimension or the older versions of the established cast. His comments about Flynn made him appear as a man with a vendetta, one who was taking his ball and going home. Yeah, pretty much. To complicate things further, Penders filed a separate lawsuit against Sega and video game publisher Electronic Arts in 2011. Several years prior, EA studio BioWare had released the Sonic Chronicles, The Dark Brotherhood, a Nintendo DS game with new Echidna villains clearly inspired by the comics Dark Legion. I think the Dark Legion is actually in the very beginning of the Sonic movie, too, actually. Penders argued that without his blessing, this homage was a form of copyright infringement. This case was dismissed twice, But the threat of further legal action means that the cast of the Dark Brotherhood will likely never be seen again, bolstering some fans' perception of Penders as a copyright troll. Penders also has a habit of requesting fans include a copyright notice when posting fan art or fan fiction of his characters. The comics continued under Flynn's direction as if nothing happened. Holy shit. How long is this article? Okay, good. I noticed how high we were on the scroll, and I got a little scared there for a minute. Where was I? Okay. The comics continued under Flynn's direction as if nothing happened, but things started looking grim in late 2012 when Archie suddenly fired its entire legal team. The company had been unable to produce Pender's work for hire contract, which would have given control of his characters to Sega. Oh. So they didn't have a copy of his contract, or it didn't actually exist. Penders claimed the contract had never existed. A heavily circulated Tumblr post outlining the case, which has been corroborated as a reliable source by Penders, explains that while Archie did provide a photocopy of a contract allegedly signed by Penders in 1996, Penders claimed that the document was a forgery, that it was neither an original copy nor a contract from the beginning of the writer's tenure at Archie, that it was neither an original copy nor a contract from the beginning of the writer's tenure at Archie meant that its validity was questionable. Making things worse, Archie couldn't produce an original copy of any previous contributor's contract, meaning that any writer or artist who had worked on the Archie Sonic line could potentially follow in Penders' footsteps and reclaim their work. Yikes. So are you saying prior counsel blew it? The presiding judge asked Archie counsel Joshua Paul on May 2013 court session. His reply is unequivocally, absolutely, Your Honor. Okay. So the fallout. After a string of Sonic issues in which Penders' characters were hastily edited out. Oh, wow. Jeez, he created hundreds of characters and they hastily change. They make him a Sonic OC. It's Sonic, but he's green, right? And some quietly replaced. Others dramatically banished into the unknown dimension in fiction. It seemed possible for the story to continue with a slimmed down cast, but in 2013, fans learned the truth. The world of comics would be rebooted, and every character introduced by the previous writers was gone. By the Sonic Wiki's count, over 244 characters were removed from the series, ranging from minor extras to fan favorite members of the main cast, such as Knuckles' girlfriend Julie Sue and Sonic's over-the-top evil doppelganger Scourge the Hedgehog. The creative team made the most out of the constraints. Sat AM's Freedom Fighters, who had managed to stick around all these years, got modern redesigns. New additions such as Cassie and Clove, two pronghorn sisters indebted to Dr. Robotnik, showed potential. It took some getting used to, and some fans never did, but the quality of the work following the reboot meant that many eventually accepted the changes. But in 2017, just as the new incarnation of the comic was getting ready to enter its second phase of stories, the series was canceled. Fans were distraught, as were the Archie contributors who had been left high and dry. The comics had been a staple of Sonic media, running for 24 years, and many had been reading it most of their lives. Jesus, 24 years? I had a couple as a kid, but I didn't continue with them past 1 year. It wasn't just a cash grab tie-in, but a piece of Sonic media with a rich fiction and varied cast of its own. In 2015, the main title had become the longest running comic ever made based on a pre-existing intellectual property. While the Sonic games constantly shifted direction and cartoons came and went, the comics seemed like they would never end. A new Sonic series, also written by Flynn and many of the same artists, was announced later in 2017 from publisher IDW. Lacking any official explanation, most fans were quick to point the finger at Penders and the damage done by the legal team. He had become an easy scapegoat over the years. Even those who agreed that he had deserved royalties for his work often disagreed with his actions. In a positive retrospective on the Knuckles comics published in 2019, one writer of the Sonic Stadium wrote, "I think every artist should be compensated for reprints of their work, and I wish Archie had worked something out with Penders to make that happen. I also think that by copywriting the characters he created, Penders effectively destroyed his comics legacy." Yeah. There was also a small but vocal group of Pender's loyalists who saw things differently. Fancy disliked the creative decisions Flynn had made and would prefer for the former writer to return to Sonic. To them, the series had already died in 2006. I mean, the series died in 2006 because of Sonic 06. Pender's own Twitter presence and his tendency to take pot shots at other Sonic writers and artists only fanned the flames of the discourse. When fans realized that the Freedom Fighters would not appear in Flynn's new Sonic series at IDW, publishing, for the time being at least, Penders argued that Flynn disrespected the RHYS series and its characters and gave fans his own pitch for the hypothetical return of Sonic. Some believed that Penders was the writer Sonic needed. Others questioned his judgment. He once attempted to kill off the leader of the Freedom Fighters and Sonic's main love interest, Princess Sally Acorn, because she, quote, cramped Sonic's style. Other inflammatory tweets continued to drive fans away as well, such as his shocking comments about how he thinks the underage Sally Acorn lost her virginity. And his subsequent doubling down, which set Sonic Twitter ablaze in early 2010. Okay, I'm going to click away from this for a second so I can see what this is. This is one of the few times I feel like I'm really happy that I don't have embedded tweets working on Brave. Oh, the page doesn't exist. Let me see if it's on Archive. No results. Bummer. That's a shame. All right, we're almost done with this. Why is Ken Penders on trending? Finds out why. Oh, yeah, okay. While fans of Pender's work, so if anybody finds out why, what his theory on Sally Acorn losing her virginity was, put it in the comments. While fans of Pender's work come from all across the political spectrum, Penders himself is an outspoken Democrat. It's hard to ignore the reactionary tone among some of his most ardent defenders. On YouTube, a handful of frustrated fans and numerous videos with admittedly low view counts exist accusing Flynn and co. of being social justice warriors who ruined the series with their liberal agenda. Behold, the worst comic ever written, one YouTuber says, in a reading of the post-reboot Spark of Life story arc, which was very well liked by many other fans. These critics take particular issue with the fact that Flynn and collaborators snuck hints at a lesbian romance between Sally and her AI companion Nicole the HoloLinks into the post-reboot comics. Just reading that gave me cancer. The Sonic fandom deserves everything that happened to them. To them, this was a sign that Flynn was attempting to undermine the series. Not that Sally could ever date Sonic again anyway. The Hedgehog's love life was reportedly declared off limits after the reboot. It's a story we've seen. What is Sally again? Is she a squirrel? A chipmunk?
I don't know.
And that just goes against nature, guys. It's a story we've seen with everything from Star Wars to She-Ra, a vocal minority of fans lashing out at anyone they see as tarnishing their rose-tinted memories of good old days. Even the good old days, in this case, were a series of comics that turned Knuckles the Kid into a Christ allegory. Jesus Christ. Okay, we've only got 3 paragraphs left. I did not expect this to be this long. Or long-winded. Jeez. For all the negativity, fans still show a lot of love for RHYS Sonic. To this day, the characters live on in fan creations. I don't know if I would say live on. A lot of the fan creations are more like an ever-ending torment for them, I think, but all right. An official continuation of the pre-reboot story, dubbed RHYS Sonic Online, has seen several issues released. Likewise, fans have taken it upon themselves to finish several of the scrapped post-reboot comics that had been penciled before the axe came down. Meanwhile, Flynn and Co.'s new Sonic comics at IDW have been well received and sold well, reaching their first milestone this month with the release of its issue number 25. New stars Tangle the Lemur and Whisper the Wolf. Dear God, the cancer I'm getting right now is going to be terminal by the time I get done with this article. Immediately became fan favorites, even getting a 4-issue miniseries of their own. But the bizarre experimental spirit of the RHYS series lives on. IDW's current story arc is a zombie apocalypse theme and has been compared totally to The Walking Dead. Doesn't IDW also release The Walking Dead? I don't know. As for Pender's continuation of Mobius 25 years later, the project that led to the copyright lawsuits in the first place, small snippets have been shared online in the conventions and at conventions to highlight its progress. It has also been widely derided as unorthodox new art style. A few names have been changed, and the echidnas are now echidnas. But it's unmistakably more Pender's Knuckles. Nearly a decade after its announcement, however, the first volume of the Lara Sue Chronicles remains unfinished. Perhaps someday, decades after being Penders will complete story. Dear God, I'm not even going to finish reading it. What a terrible, long-winded article that I should not have shared in the first place. Sorry about that. That could have been handled in like a paragraph. All right. Keep Your Hands Off Eizouken live-action film set for release on May 15th, 2020. So this is getting a live-action film. Taiki Waititi doesn't know if he'll end up directing the live-action Akira. That's basically it. Here's the response. Post-Thor, so I'm not sure if even in 2 years I don't know what I'll be doing in effing 2 days. It may not happen, you mean? Oh, I think it'll eventually happen. I'm just not sure if I'll be doing it. All right, that's it. Ken Wakui's Tokyo Revengers manga gets live-action film adaptation this film, so this is getting a live-action adaptation. And it's great to see that Duo is going to get some more acting work after his creepypasta video, because that's clearly Duo right there. In Ninja Batman stage play will run in Tokyo from October to December. So apparently this is getting a stage play.
I'm surprised that's still getting anything.
I haven't even watched it yet.
I haven't either.
All right, here we go. Crush through some of these. Marmalade Boy comes to Crunchyroll in time for Valentine's Day. High Dive adds Loop on the Third Part 5 anime. Netflix adds High Score Girl 2 anime outside Japan and China on April 9th. Presumably that means the United States. Overwatch and Diablo anime-style cartoons are still in the works, according to report. There's a long-winded article that says basically that. Moving on. Crunchyroll, let's see, Japan box office. My Hero Academia Heroes Rising finally surpasses first film's domestic gross. Also, Heroes Rising film, the trailer for like English dub trailer is now online, so you guys can watch that. So I saw an article written and hosted on Funimation about where you have to be in the series to enjoy the movie, and they said you don't even have to be caught up to the show. So make of that what you will. Which I kind of feel like you could put. So the only thing that you would risk though, I guess, is moves. Because like when I took Duo to see,
that's what I mean. I kind of got spoiled with what happens with Deku, and that's what I think is what's going to be spoiled in this movie.
Yeah. So you've seen Hunter x Hunter, right?
Oh yeah.
You know about the Nen and all that, and how he has like the John Ken Rock and all that.
Yeah.
So
dude, I told you where to be to watch.
Yeah. No, I got there.
Yeah.
But Duo did. He luckily got at least to the part where they learned Nen though, so it wasn't that weird. But there were moves in there that I hadn't seen in the show, but seemed like a logical projection, like John Ken Paper or whatever, something like that, right? So anyway, but yeah, I feel like that's the thing I'm going to risk is just having those moves spoiled in the movie.
It's not just moves; it's what the moves mean, like where they come from, that kind of thing.
Iwata Prefecture introduces its official virtual YouTuber, Sachiko. So I gotta say, can you imagine getting paid a government salary to be a virtual YouTuber for some stupid prefecture? I mean, imagine being the mascot for Los Angeles and getting paid $40,000 a year to dance in front of a fucking camera, and it's not even you on screen. It's this little anime character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is quite the world we live in. And because it's a government thing, like it doesn't matter if you even are profitable. You know, they're not going to fire you. So this is great. The creator of Keep Your Hands Off Eizouken has a YouTube channel where he streams Minecraft.
All right.
Right on, right? Should invite him to my server, even though not enough people play on it that he have fun. Yuzuki-chan VTuber transitions into an AVTuber. So a YouTube, an anime VTuber, is now doing adult anime VTubing. And I'm going to show you, there's a new company that just came out. And I think that this seems like they hastily put this together because of that Project Melody or whatever. Right. But yeah, so this is their ad, right, for their new thing. I can't show you the other one. But I kind of want to push through this and just get through this podcast because I'm quite tired from all that stuff I talked about earlier. Psycho Pass 3 first Inspector film to get 2-week limited run from March 27th. So this is in Japan. Hold on.
Yep.
It will be screened in Japanese theaters for a limited time of 2 weeks. It will also be streamed exclusively on Amazon Prime Video in Japan and abroad. So I guess it's like, is it a movie? Yeah, it's a film, but it's like a continuation. But it's not like a theatrical film. It's kind of like an OVA closer, right?
I think it's supposed to be a movie. So
yeah,
and I think before we said it was like a compilation film, which we assumed was like a recap movie. But like I don't know if it was in this one, but I know it was in the ANN article. Said it was supposed to wrap up season 3.
Right. So it's like a conclusion.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to address some of these chats real quick. Everyone born in November 2020 will realize their parents conceived them after watching Sonic movie, right? Sonic was named after Nintendo's Italian-American landlord. Yep. Did I say Sonic? Mario was named. I don't know what I just said. All right, those are the links if you want to go to. Yes, I bought the first season of. So hold on. I got to double check now.
Saber Marionette.
I'm pretty sure. Fuck. Okay. So, yeah, I might buy that other one too, actually, because. Yeah, I want the Anime Legends one. I'm getting number 2. Don't ship it yet if you haven't. All right. And he went on to say, I have over 2,500 DVDs and box sets in my collection. I just started selling some of them because I need space. Yeah, gotcha, man. I would be happy to take some of those off your hands, even though I also need space and to pay my bills. And both of those things aren't happening when I buy your stuff. But all right. High School Fleet, the movie, gets 40x screenings of new version of the anime film 2D screenings to be updated. So High School Fleet, the movie, set sail in Japanese theaters on January 18th with some of the anime film uncorrected. I don't know what that means, uncorrected. I don't think we covered anything about this previously, whereas this article is written as though it's like common knowledge or whatever. Hold on. I just got a message from Amazon that said something shipped to me. Did I accidentally buy some of those Sonic things? Okay, my wife bought some makeup. All right. A month later, on February 14th, a new version of the film opened up in cinemas with over 400 cuts fixed up from the original print and screening both 2D and 4D formats. After the premiere of the film, says there was an OVA of Saber Marionette, then the TV series. So yeah, there's Saber Marionette J, Saber Marionette J to X, and Saber Marionette R, correct? That's what I have at least.
I'll look it up.
Okay. Appreciate it. And then right next to it, there's Saber Rider, which isn't related to it. And then Sacred Blacksmith, I think, is right next to that. Anyway. Then Sodomy to the Destroyer, which we should definitely do for a watch club sometime. Yes. Okay. Let me get back to this. So, after the premiere of the film on January 12th, Japanese Twitter users claimed that the second half of the film was completely uncorrected from the original key animation, likely due to the tight deadlines for the film after the move to A1 Pictures from production IMS when the animation studio went bankrupt in 2018. The High School Fleet anime film made 60 million yen on its first weekend in Japanese cinemas. See, here's the thing. I feel like when you do this, like they did with Cats, right, that you're going to get people to go back and see it again just because they're curious, and this might not work forever, but it's kind of like when they did that gimmick of 48 frames per second for The Hobbit. The only way to see that version of the movie, which by the way was fucking awful, was in the theater because it's not on any of the Blu-rays, not on the home video. You can't watch it streaming that way. The only way you could have possibly seen that was in the theater. And I actually think that that's one of the reasons why the movie looks so bad compared to the Lord of the Rings, is because the motion blur isn't accurate anymore. Because if you made it for 48 frames per second, like a higher frame rate, the way motion blur works when a camera is got a rolling shutter or whatever, is that like if my hand goes from here to here in one frame, then that blur is going to be all the way back where it started, right? So the motion blur needs to match where it is. And if you have a super high frame rate, you're going to see it like crystal clear throughout the whole transition, because your eyes are able to see all of those frames and you don't even need the blur, because the camera was able to capture it that fast, right? So I feel like that might be part of the reason why, like I'd have to actually sit down and study the footage and see, because they may have induced motion blur in post on some stuff. And a lot of the 3D stuff probably has a motion blur pass that was done through motion vectors, which can be dialed in the compositing program. So they might have two versions of the film for the CG stuff, but if you have to composite 3D stuff into something that's 48 frames per second, you had to shoot it in 48 frames per second. Otherwise, you're gonna you can't have 48 frames per second unless the source footage is, yeah. So like a smear. That's what I mean when I say motion blur. It's a smear from here to here, or however far away it is from the initial frame to the next frame, right? If it goes farther than that, it looks weird because it's wrong. If it goes too short, then again, it's like a frame got dropped, and it's something your eye can pick up on. It's not something that the average person will notice, but like it's something that visual effects artists will notice, because we know how it's supposed to look, because we study how light works and how all that stuff works so that we can replicate it in film. Anyway, back to, and also Old Man says, I think ours, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one. Is that, I didn't realize that was first though.
I got your timeline here for you.
Oh, awesome, cool.
Okay, so Saber Marionette R is the OVA that came out in '95. Now, MyAnimeList says alternate setting is Saber Marionette J, alternate version is Saber Marionette J again, and then the sequel is J to X.
Oh yeah, okay. Here, I got it right here.
So it would be go J again, and then J to X, and then like R is like an
R is just separate. So, but R
like an alternate version.
R technically came out first.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just point something out here. Old Man said there was an OVA similar than TV series. The OVA is much darker, and the TV series is more comedy. So let me show you what the TV. So first of all, that's Saber Marionette J. Then there's J again, or whatever, right here. That's
they're all like 26 episodes.
Yeah. So this is the one that's again, right? So look at the cover. Damn it, light. Look at the cover. That's what it looks like, right? Uh-huh. Now here's the more serious R.
Ooh.
Right? So yeah, he's not kidding about that. Actually, who released this one? Was this yeah, it was AnimeWorks.
And interestingly enough, hang on, I'm gonna take over screen share. Oh wait, no, I gotta open the new tabs. Crap, how do I move tab?
But yeah, I bought Saber Marionette J from him because I wanted to have the Anime Legends set, and I didn't realize that I didn't have the Anime Legends set of J to X. So I'll probably pick that up from you too, Old Man.
Hello, here we are. And this is the picture for the darker Saber Marionette R. It looks just like it could have been in line with that one for J, and then J. And J again.
By the way, it's nice to see that MyAnimeList isn't down still.
Back up. J to X.
Oh, hold on. My daughter thinks I'm sad for some reason.
All right.
Hey.
One. Put that one. Full screen. Yep. There it is. Fight.
Love you.
Love you too. Okay, sorry for that outburst of emotion to my daughter. All right, you hear her squealing with joy now. So let's go. Did you you're done with that? Okay, yeah, thank you. 60 million yen. Who cares about that? On February 13th, the official Twitter account for High School Fleet anime franchise announced that the anime film would be getting 40x screens in Japan. A new print of the film that brushes up more than 400 cuts to the original animation. The 2D showings are also using the new version of the film. The film expanded to 152 cinemas, blah, blah, blah. I don't have any. I wish there was an article that actually had like comparisons. I know that wouldn't be possible unless they had a camera in the freaking movie theater and preemptively got a camera of it, of the old version and the new versions. Anyway, but yeah, I keeping that in mind. New Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna TV spot reveals new forms.
Ew.
So Greymon is now evolved past being a reptile into just being a really buff guy. And I always forget the other guy's name. But
Garurumon?
that doesn't look like it's Garurumon. That doesn't look like it's Garurumon though. That looks like a dark version of Greymon. Anyway, continuing here. All right, so we've got series news. Okay, so the next article we're going to cover is from Danny, and it's pretty cool. There is a new Muskahounds movie in the works. Now, I don't know. This is a drawing that looks high detail and everything. So I don't know if it's going to actually be like like the other. I don't know if it's Toei, but I don't know if it's going to be like the other Toei movies where they like have the what is it? I guess it's TMS actually who's doing that. The Dragon Quest, Your Story, and Lupin the Third, the First. I don't know if they're going to do that with it, or if it's going to be animated or whatever. But this is a show that
I've never heard of it before now.
That I think is over here. Here. Ugh. Here, I found it. All right. There is actually a box out of this. I don't know how legitimate it is. It's from BRB International. Right, this is like an Italian or whatever thing, but this is also the company that released oh man, I don't even remember. I know it's right here. Here, Willy Frog. Willy Fog. This is the same company that released these, right? BRB, which I presume is Italian based on the coloring scheme, but I actually don't know.
Is that a white stripe in the middle of that flag, or is it a yellow stripe?
Yeah, they do, but the thing is that actually this might be a lie because everything else in the busy world of Richard Scarry was a lie. But I think that they said in that the flag was designed based on the colors of pizza. So there's the red marinara sauce, the white is the cheese, and the green is like the
green peppers.
It might be peppers. I think it was more like onion chives or whatever. But anyway, so this exists though. You can get the whole series on DVD. If I recall, I think there might have been an episode. Oh no, the Moomins has it. Some of the episodes out of order or something like that. One of the discs is printed incorrectly or something. But anyway, so it'll be cool to see this comes out. This. Trying to see if they have licensed. Okay, so yeah, this is probably legitimate. Licensed by BRB International to Oasis DVDs LLC. Oh, so hold up. I don't know, because that would imply that BRB International was the Japanese company, but I don't think that's a thing. So I don't know. Anyway.
Something we might expect Discotheque to rescue at some point in the future.
Yeah, probably, and then it doesn't matter, right? But anyway, this is getting made, and it'd be cool to see where this goes. And because it's getting made, it's one of those things like we were talking about, where new City Hunter gets made, Discotheque releases Blu-ray of City Hunter, right? So maybe they'll get on this kind of thing.
It's the entire franchise.
Continuing, new Pokemon teased to be fully revealed on February 27th. So I thought this was kind of funny.
Who's that Pokemon?
Right, that's basically what they're doing, right? And then somebody in the Twitter replies, "Oh no!"
Oh no! I was just waiting for like Pikachu just squashed and mashed and turned into that same shape. Yeah. It's Pikachu.
Yeah.
That looks kind of cool.
Is this? I think somebody took the shape and like colored it in Photoshop. Yeah, that's what this appears to be. That's not a bad rendition of whatever this ends up being.
Yeah, that looks
to be
pretty
honest.
good, actually.
Pretty good. Pokemon Sword, Pokemon Shield, Pokemon Gun, Pokemon Arrow, Pokemon Nunchuck, Pokemon Grenade, Pokemon Chainsaw, Pokemon Tactical Nuke.
I forgot Pokemon Knife. That was
Freaking,
that
whatever.
time meme.
Anyway, so we'll know by next week, I guess. But just sharing that. Thus spoke Kishibe Rohan, flexes out new trailer for The Run OVA. So yeah, it's continuing. We haven't gotten any of these yet, right?
Nope.
I kind of hope that they wait and give us all of them in one set.
Well, the thing I was kind of like when the first one was released, the only way you could get it in Japan was if you sent in proof of purchase for all like 9 volumes of Diamond is
the manga.
Unbreakable. So I was thinking, oh, maybe they might include that in the American set, and that wasn't included. And the second one came out. I was like, okay, I'm glad they didn't include it because then it'd be only part of it if they had. And I would get in the third
Yeah.
one. But this is the character voiced by Vic Mignogna. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
So that'll be interesting.
It'd be up in the air.
Yeah, but for the most part, Viz hasn't turned their back on him yet, so
Well, yeah,
that's nice.
but I mean,
Also, I'm sharing this out here. SSS.Gridman promote Cybersecurity Month in Japan. They've got this new poster, which actually is legitimately pretty cool. But this is an excuse for me to note I purchased this off RHYS stuff, but I also bought Attack on Titan limited edition for season 3 and season 3 part 2 or whatever limited edition, and it hasn't shipped Gridman yet, and it's
they
been
don't do
like,
they rarely do partial shipments.
well, I'm
They're all in the
interested
same
because
order?
I even though I said I wasn't going to on the Facebook group, because there's a bunch of Funimation limited editions that are $10 on RHYS stuff for during a sale. I said I wasn't going to do it, but then I got an email that there was a limited edition Rising of the Shield Hero pre-order price that I jumped on, and because the other stuff was still in my cart, I ended up picking it up too. So
Did you get both Shield Hero limited editions?
no. Was there 2?
Part 1 and Part 2 have both had limited editions.
No,
Part
I didn't get part 2. But the thing is, I won't even have to pay for part 1 until it comes out, right? But
Yeah.
the thing is that I'm wondering if they're going to ship me Gridman with the other box of stuff. Is what I was going to get.
If you getting stuff, so it's all in one order.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Well, I'm
so you gotta
wondering if
wait
they're
till the
going to.
end to make. So you'll maybe like March or maybe in a couple of weeks they'll say, "Oh, this guy's been waiting on his stuff. We'll give him a partial shipment."
Okay, well, what I meant was that the other stuff I ordered along with it doesn't have it. But you're right. If they're not going to, then maybe they won't. Maybe they won't do it. But the thing is that I would have qualified for free shipping on Gridman alone, I think.
Yeah,
So anyway,
yeah. Sometimes
we'll
they
talk
do it
about that a
sometimes
little
they
bit more when we get to the right stuff. So Gangsta manga creator Kosuke diagnosed with autoimmune disease. Dude, he has lupus.
don't.
She. That's what I said. I meant. She has lupus. So I'll just read this. Okay. Gangsta is Gangsta period is the name of the show.
Mhm.
Which they have accurately depicted everywhere in here, except for in the title of the freaking article.
Mhm.
Possibly because once it goes up here, it would screw it up
Yeah.
in the, But anyway, author's still working on Gangsta with new chapter ready. Gangsta manga creator Kosuke revealed on their Twitter account on Wednesday that they have been diagnosed with systemic lupus erythematosus, or however it's pronounced, an autoimmune disease. They elaborated that their joints and blood vessels become inflamed, causing anemia, malaise, and fever. One eye was almost blind. However, they explained that their work will continue, but slowly, and that they have already submitted a new chapter of the Gangsta manga. Systemic lupus erythematosus is an autoimmune disease where the body's own immune system attacks the body. Koshige is already, all autoimmune diseases do that, but Koshige has already previously diagnosed with eosinophilic disorder, a similar autoimmune disease. Because of this, Koshige takes frequent hiatuses from serializing the gangsta manga to have their disease treated. This is where you need like an assistant, so like you can have somebody else take on some of the work.
Well, yeah, they usually do have assistants. Like
the manga last one on
he has like 8, like Kohei Horikoshi has like 8 assistants.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The manga last went on hiatus in September 2018 and returned last March with the 55th chapter. The latest chapter is the 56th chapter, which debuted in December. The manga also went on hiatus November 2015 due to Koshige's health, but it resumed May 2017. If I stayed off of a project for that long, I don't think I could come back to it with the same vigor and enthusiasm.
Black Lagoon is like Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, no, I'm giving total props to the people who can take a hiatus off, because the thing is with me, so like I have a series called Dino Cops that I've been working on for ages, and I just think about it while I'm driving somewhere. And I come up with scenarios and stuff just in my head. So it like stays in my mind and I continue to like develop it, but I'm not actively working on it because I don't have, like when I was a kid and I was living with my parents, I had all this time and like my bills were paid and my food was provided for me where I could work on it. But as an adult, I just don't have any time for that. I have to keep hustling every single day to bring money coming in through all sorts of different means in order to pay the bills and not be on the street. So it would be very hard, I think, if I was like, for instance, if I went back to my YouTube, my other YouTube series, which ended on a very high impact cliffhanger in the last episode, or the one before the last episode, because the last episode is behind the scenes of the last episode. But yeah, it's hard to come back to that, months or years later with the same enthusiasm, but at the same time, when you have all that time off, you have all this time to think out the future progression of the series and not wing it, as much. But I don't know. All right, then the rest is just history stuff, so that was not worth reading. Dorohedoro manga may have ended, but a new chapter is out. So this is also weird. The manga, the March issue of Shonen Sunday hit shelves in Japan today, and with it came a brand new chapter of Q Hayashida's Dorohedoro manga. That wouldn't be newsworthy for most series, but Dorohedoro ended back in September of 2018. The new 14-page one-shot chapter finds Ibisu on the receiving end of a devil's prank. The chapter is also in place to commemorate the currently running TV anime adaptation. Dorohedoro originally ran in Iki magazine before moving to Hibana and then Shonen Sunday. Q Hayashida kicked it off in the year 2000, and the series was collected in 23 volumes. Viz Media published it in English. Okay. Have you watched the anime adaptation?
No, it's not even. It's supposed to go on Netflix, I guess, so it's not legally streaming right now.
Ah, gotcha.
So,
do you know anything about it?
It has 23 volumes, but this season is scheduled for 12. So I hope they're not trying to squeeze all 23 volumes into that 23 episodes. But
wait, did you say 23 volumes and 12 episodes? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay, you said 23 episodes. I think you meant.
Sorry.
I gotcha. Okay, anyway, yeah. So I don't know anything about it. It looks pretty crazy.
It looks awesome. I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, I saw Flip Otaku had done one of those memes where you like 4 manga series that define me or something like that, and Dorohedoro was one of them. So I was wondering. So Tokai University students are blessed by Haruhi Suzumiya as a novel excerpt is used in their entrance exams. So I'll just show you the pictures. All of this stuff is like handled by the title. So in the entrance exam, there's actually an excerpt from the light novel, and I guess it gauges their kanji reading because they get asked questions about it later and they have to answer based on what they read. So I think that it's a kanji identification thing. But anyway, This is pretty funny. Data miners supposedly find Vocaloid fan animation in Pokemon Home files. So they found this animation in the files.
All right.
Right, and that's like a Vocaloid character that gets hit at the end. Right? And it's actually based off a real video, which I'm not even going to show you, but because you've already got cancer from watching the previous one. Anyway, but why on earth is this GIF in Pokemon Home files? Right? Anyway. Final Fantasy VII's remakes summoned... Final Fantasy VII Remake summon designs completely reviled. Final Fantasy VII Remake summons is something else.
My God.
Fixed it. You're welcome.
Imagine that walking down the street and then...
Well, 1 out of 3 ain't too bad. At least Cactar looks okay. These two are from Final Fantasy VIII, much better. How are these the same creature?
Oh God. Is that Howard the Duck?
Yeah, same energy. Carbuncling intensifies. Right?
I suppose that's supposed to be Lisa.
Yeah, fixed Cactar. Coneheads.
All
Mega
right.
Mind. Please help him. All right, anyway.
And
Final Fantasy VII Remakes Part 1 will require 100 gigabytes, which I don't really play modern gaming to know if that's a lot, but that doesn't seem like a lot to me.
I mean, I think like PS4's hard drives are like usually like maybe 500 gigs. So yeah, that's a lot.
So I guess yeah, if you have to download all that stuff, it could use up a lot of your hard drive space. But you can plug in like a portable or like a standalone drive to it, right? That can be like terabytes, right?
I suppose. I mean, as much as you want, I guess, but
yeah,
still, that's an added on expense.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Also, Korean researchers claim video game addiction is genetic and can be detected via blood tests. I'm going to skip this article.
So stupid.
Sorry, I'm still recovering from illness, and I'm trying not to overdo it today. The Nintendo PlayStation is being auctioned. I'll read this one. The world's only working Nintendo PlayStation is now being auctioned, with bids already in the hundreds of thousands from those eager to have in their possession a part of video game history. Terry Diebold is currently auctioning his Nintendo PlayStation prototype at Heritage Auction after having turned down a $1.2 million offer from a Norwegian collector. The prototype device, which was originally intended to be a supplement to the Super Nintendo, but later became the basis for Sony's own console, is now in working condition after having its CD drive repaired. However, no games are known to have been developed for it. Heritage Auction will continue to take bids for the console until March 6th. As of the time of writing, the current bid is $350,000, $420,000 when buyer's premium is included. The minimum amount for the next bid is $360,000. Images of the prototype device. So, what's interesting about this is that it's got the base down here that's clearly the yellowing Super Nintendo ports, right? I think this might be. At first I thought it might be a memory card slot, but it's definitely the wrong shape. But it's got a console port up here, a disk drive in here. It's got the PlayStation logo, which eventually became the Sony PlayStation logo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sony PlayStation, right, written on here, but it's got like a Nintendo controller and all that. In fact, I think that says might say Nintendo. No, it says Sony on it. Interesting. As best I can read, that says Sony on it. So here's some images of it. So it's got different varying. Oh, is that an HDMI? That's got to be the power port. No, that's a little weird. Let me click on the actual.
Well, hold on.
Option.
Scroll back up. It showed like a bunch of wires and stuff with it, or cords. Look at the end.
Well, they're the same images as are going to be here.
Yeah, right here. This one.
So this is the one that goes in. Yeah, that port I was talking about was.
Does it show the cord that goes in?
Well, this is the one that plugs into the back.
Yeah.
But the other one they provide is for the these things. But this I recognize this because this is what the Super Nintendo and the N64 both use for their power or whatever, or their plug into the TV.
Mm-hmm.
This one just lets you go the 3 colors, and also so it's you're gonna have 3 colors in here and 3 colors in the TV or whatever, right? I don't know why anybody would want to spend. Oh, the bid went down.
I'd give you $20 for one, I guess.
The bid went down. It was 360,000. Now it's 280,000. He should have taken that 1.2 million, dude. He's probably going to cancel the auction and wait a couple more years and try this again.
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing, Utena After the Revolution, Junji Ito's Ramina, and more coming from Viz. So these are coming to Viz.
These are manga.
Yes. Are these these are mermaid forests. Right? These are Rumiko Takahashi designs. Mermaid Saga Collector's Edition. That's kind of cool. I hope they get the rest of there's the one that was released by Genion, but there's actually another Mermaid Forest anime, I believe, that we didn't get. I'd like to get that. Anyway, continuing here. Guess what? Silver Spoon manga's final 15th volume comes with a silver spoon.
In Japan.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll ever get a I mean, I know that Aniplex has it, right? Or whatever.
Aniplex has the anime. Yen Press has the manga.
I know, but Aniplex has the anime is the point. I was going to say, I wonder if we'll ever get a overpriced limited edition that comes with that spoon. Mm-hmm. All right, so here you've got some stuff to share.
All right, I posted this. I don't remember where I saw this from, but it was listing that read the comment for me. I can't read it.
Wow, I just got the Blu-ray, and this is in a post related to Boogie Pop Phantom. The thread is titled "Any Boogie Pop Fans Here?" Right.
This is for Boogie Pop and others.
Well, no, it's for.
This is what this post is about: Boogie Pop and others.
I saw another post in that thing where they said, I hope Funimation will finally get off their butt and license in others.
This post here, that post is specifically about Boogie Pop and others.
Okay, hold on.
Pretty sure. Because it mentions Funimation.
Wish Funimation were get their thumbs out of their butts and release and others already.
When was that posted?
June 2016. Wow. Oh no, member since. Sorry.
So yeah.
I was going to say, why is this one 2010?
Go back to the post.
Right here. 10/19/2019.
Yeah.
So October 2019.
So that was before it was solicited. So go back to the post that I picked up.
Says, wow, I just got the Blu-ray and I am so happy Funimation spared no expense on it with 3 minutes of bonus features, no episode listing at all, and stating on the back that it includes a special 4-parter, even though it was just 4 episodes that aired back to back.
Yeah. So the episode listing part of that, no episode listing. I haven't seen anything else regarding this. So, when I first read it, I was like, wait, no episode? Does that mean they didn't put, a...
Chapter?
Window? Chapter menu kind of thing?
Yeah.
But then, since this is on Blu-ray.com, it might not be specifically an anime fan who buys multiple Funimation releases and realizes that maybe he's talking about, they're talking about, an episode listing on the inside artwork? On the inside of the cover sheet?
I don't know. I have to actually.
I'm thinking
see
that's what this is because I haven't seen anybody mention anything. So
Well,
this,
if anybody
this is
in the
probably
chat
nothing.
has this Blu-ray and could confirm or deny what they're talking about here, that'd be cool.
Boogie Pop and others. The
Yeah,
new ones
so
that
let me-
just came out.
Yeah, let me click away from this. We should probably do that this Halloween. Hide all adult. Even though there weren't really any. Transformers Complete Original Series DVD. Hot damn. Ponyo Steelbook, Howl's Moving Castle Steelbook. See, there's so many releases of the Ghibli stuff that I've just stopped getting them.
Yeah.
But Steelbooks might convert me back to it.
I've bought like Howl's Moving Castle 3 times now. I went to the standard G Kids releases and I'm done with them.
Yeah. I'm going to skip on these essentials if that's all right with you. So it's funny, all the things that they were selling for $10 limited edition are now essentials for $18.74
Yeah.
and whatnot, or 22. Yeah, they're all. That's why they sold those to get them out of there.
Mhm.
That's new. So I don't want to spend the money for it right now. Oh fuck it! I might have to do this now. Well, I mean, this is unrelated. Hold on. Let me just get these open real quick. I don't want to spend the money for it right now, but at some point I need to figure out this whole Black Clover thing.
I'll cover that. That's what.
Wait, no, not just that. Sorry, I'm talking about the art box and all that. I want to get on that train before I lose the opportunity to. But I don't want to spend the money it's going to cost me to fill that shit up. You know.
Well, the art box for season 1 is no longer on Right Stuff.
Yeah, I figured as much. So I probably my best bet will be to buy it on eBay by somebody else who's selling it used, who's already filled it up, right?
Mhm.
Even though it'll probably be expensive. I think we're
Next
caught
page.
up.
Next page. Something was.
I think
added
we're
today.
caught up. We are caught up.
Yeah, I mean, did you get an Arya box set in your clicking back there? I might have missed it.
This one?
Part 2, season 2, part 2. Does that say May?
May
Is it-
5th?
Release date? Yeah, I can't read it.
It says May
Is it-
5th.
Okay, that
I'll
was just
open
added today. So click on that one.
Okay. Is that good though? Can I
Yes.
Okay.
So,
All right, so here we go. Transformers: The Complete Original Series DVD. So what's special about this compared to the one I already have? Damn. Episodes 1 through 98. Okay, so that begs the question. Hold on, let me grab mine. Tinjo Tenge, where are you? Here it is. All right. Thank you, Reese. So originally there was this set, which actually is the exact same cover as that set, even though it's extremely hard to see. But if you look back here, it's the same exact thing. I mean,
hold on. That's Optimus Point.
oh yeah, in fact, this is 98 episodes too, and this is also from Shout Factory. So I wonder if they just have a more economical.
How many discs? Oh, yeah, you got thin pack discs.
It's a thin pack, yeah. So I wonder if they just put it in a more economical thing. So the reason I was asking about it is because I was wondering if they put these two sets together finally, because I wasn't sure if this actually had 98 episodes in it. Because this one is the Japanese collection, which is the continuation of this series that never got dubbed, as far as I understand it. But I don't know. I'm not actually a big fan of Transformers, believe it or not. I had a couple toys as a kid. I never actually really watched it as a kid. It just wasn't
exactly the same way. I watched Beast Wars when it was on after school.
I watched Beast Wars and really didn't like it. I have that too. It's right here. Beast Wars. I bought these all at Anime Expo from the same person. at Anime Depot, actually. No, maybe I didn't buy these from the same person. I bought this one from Anime Depot and the other two from somebody else. Because I just figured I might as well get them out of the way. Oh.
Did you get Beast Machines too?
No, I didn't. That's all I've got here is these. Right here. Anyway, all right. So anyway, let me back into our. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So I'm curious what's actually different about this. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably in a more economical box set style.
Yeah.
Rather than what I just showed you guys there. So that's what I'm going to guess. We'll keep an eye on that, perhaps. Oh, by the way, I did read the articles in the last podcast that I said I would save for this podcast, and I would read them on my own time. The one about the back spray from the urinal was very long-winded and seemed like probably not worth to even read. Although I did read enough of it that I've decided that we probably aren't going to be interested. And then the other one about why statues have small penises. Was basically exactly what I had speculated. Was we talked in the last about the Greek sculptures and the tiny wieners, right? And then Danny linked that article that had actual depictions of male genitalia on the statues that I thought maybe YouTube wouldn't be okay with. So I read into that, and it was basically what I thought. Back in the day, they had a thing that like the ideal man is wise, strong body, and a tiny wiener. But I was speculating, and they didn't really go into detail on this, but I still speculate that the reasoning is that it's not that it's tiny, is that it's flaccid, right? Because the depiction of barbarians and like Greek demigods like satyrs or whatever were always drawn with erect penises, like they're not in control. So anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge I did actually read the article, but we're not gonna go through it because they seemed like they were either not worth going through with the P splash one that we skipped last podcast, or because it was what I basically already said. So anyway, just want to share that and make sure that was clear. Okay, so the Ponyo Steelbook. So this is a Blu-ray sized Steelbook, correct?
Yep, probably.
So
Blu-ray
1
DVD
second,
combo.
I just want to double check that my Alita Steelbook is Blu-ray size. I'm pretty sure it is. I just want to get a visual. Yeah, okay. So.
Yeah, it's Blu-ray size.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to waste money on these right now. I'm not going to spend $21.59 for another one, but I would actually love to have this one. Same with Howl's Moving Castle, and I assume they're all the other ones are gonna come flooding in, of course. And the reason why I'm willing to get them again personally, even though again I'm not going to spend this price, I would be willing to get them again personally, is due to the fact that I don't have them on Blu-ray yet. Because I was collecting them on DVD intentionally at the time. So Midnight Occult Civil Servants. What is happening in this picture? Oh, there's a guy. Okay. Whew. Okay. There's a guy standing with the cat like, okay, that was really weird. I thought that guy was way behind the cat. The perspective on that's very bizarre. That cat kind of hides in there. I thought the cat got like cut in half and sliced into ribbons or something. That's weird. All right. Anyway, do you know anything about the show? Do you have anything worth saying?
I watched it. It was just airing. It was kind of
So it has, okay. Lee Shansi says that is the American animated series, not the Japanese one, referring to Transformers. I got into Gundam, never Transformers though. At least they would match the Sentai Steelbook of Grave of the Fireflies. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking of too, because I'm planning on buying that one just because I have every other release of Grave of the Fireflies, even though I've literally seen that movie once.
even though you've probably only seen the movie like once. Yeah.
With Grave of the Fireflies, I've only seen it once.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you bought every single release and never watched them.
No, I haven't watched the other ones, but I owned them. I was gonna do it was a plan for the bootleg series as part of like an explanation of things get released more than once, and there's all sorts of different ones. But that was like that was when I was flush with cash because business was good. Anyway, things have changed. So you said you've seen this. The special features here has OVA, The Blind Alley, The Boy and I, OVA, Lonely Vampire, OVA, Beneath the Cherry Tree Forest in Full Bloom.
Yep.
Promo video. I'm glad there's a promo video. You don't get those on a lot of things, on a lot of Blu-rays. Thanks, Funimation, for your. I'm sure that's a Funimation copy and paste job. Anyway, so what did you have to say about it? Is it just like a generic?
Kind of meh.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. All right, so we got Black Clover something or other here in this really thick-looking Blu-ray case.
This is complete collection of season 1.
So episodes 1 through 51.
Yep. Far cheaper and far more compact.
Yeah, but I want the art box. Token Ranbu Hanamaru.
Complete series.
Yep. So that's the thing.
Wait, how many episodes? Hold on, go back. How many episodes is that? Is that 12 episodes or 24?
The complete series, episodes 1 through 24.
24, okay.
Okay, so this is the season 1 part 2 limited edition, but all it is just the regular with the light novel?
It comes with a light novel that originally came with the Japanese releases. So we're thinking, because of how the part 1 set, limited edition set is sized, that light
that
novel might fit in the art box.
Well, let me pull that up because you're not wrong there because that looks like it would hold more than 2.
Because this also comes with a book too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess it's worth it. Because alternatively, it's this or this, and the price difference is, like $14.
Just a couple bucks.
$14, isn't it? 48 to 50. Oh no, $4. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Boy, I'm so on it today. Nobody can stump me. All right, I'll buy this in a second. I'm gonna put this in the other window, or I'll just put this at the end and not close it for now.
As it is available for free shipping.
Yes.
Unless you have
true.
a crap. What's it called? The God Anime.
I do have the God Anime.
So that probably does go back down below free shipping.
Well, we'll see. I'm gonna do another pass and see if there's anything else I wanted to pick up because I don't know if the right stuff is still having their super sale. I kind of want to get the Vampire Gigolo live action movie series that Right Stuff keeps marking down to 99 cents. I was actually thinking about that. I would kind of like to. I know that what FDM would say about this. He say this is a anime podcast, but I'd kind of like to have one podcast a year where we watch a piece of Japanese cinematic history, like an old Akira Kurosawa film, or we'll talk about Panty and Stalking. There's the Battles Without Honors or Humanity, which is a Yakuza film series that's the answer to The Godfather. So I'd kind of like to do that, just have a way for us to incorporate some historical things that are often referenced in the anime that we watch and be able to have seen them. And once a year or maybe 2 podcasts a year, we go through something like that. So in the chat, guys, if you're interested in that, if you think that's a good idea, let me know. But yeah, that's just something I've been toying with in my head. So anyway, there's that. Let's close this one. So did they haven't actually done a dub for this, right? They just have the cast announced, or we haven't heard the dub yet. Is that correct?
They did do the dub.
Did it get a simul dub?
Yeah.
I could have sworn there was something about this was one of the series that weirdly didn't have one. All right. Anyway,
yep. They had Billy Kametz, who plays Nafumi, the main character. He also plays Josuke in Diamond is Unbreakable.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be here in March.
Why do these look different? Why? What the fuck, Funimation? Look at how big and thick the blue. I hope their texture just slid the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
The image is slightly bigger, but the blue is it because they put what the fuck?
The blue is bigger too. Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's why you buy the limited edition, so it hides in the fucking box.
Well, again, this is just a mock-up. It might be.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't say art not final on it though.
No, that's true. But I'm sure they'll catch it and keep seeing. Hopefully.
So Old Man says, you mentioned recommendations. Definitely buy Keep Your Hands Off Azukin when it comes to Blu-ray. It's a tribute to animation and making anime. Yeah, I've seen people hyped about it. I think it would be worth picking up. So this, I do want to say though that Rising the Shield Hero, I would like to do a watch club for.
Yeah.
I say that, except for the fact that there's another series that I felt the exact same way about, and we have no plans to do one for. Goblin Slayer. So we need to hold on, I'm gonna text my wife.
Have you heard anything about that thingy jingy in April?
In April?
For 100?
Oh, I know. I went over that when you were not here yet. About Flip Otaku. So what I said was that we're gonna operate under the presumption that we're gonna do Garzy's Wing, but there's a good chance that he's going to get pressured into watching that by the chat before we get there, and in which case we'll just switch over and do Juden Chan if that happens. That's kind of how I see it. Or we might just push and just do Juden Chan anyway. I just think it would be funnier to do Garzy's Wing because it's more up his alley than weird and creepy and pee fetish, you know. But I don't know. We'll see. Also, Augie is going to take time off work to be at that podcast. So I was also thinking about mentioning that I'm considering taking a week or so off of the podcast. Maybe like just I'm going to throw this out there. Like, what if next week we didn't do a podcast, but we still watched Cat Planet Cuties, and we started for that next week JoJo. And then we did the podcast that following week, and we did our watch club for Cat Planet Cuties. And then the next podcast after that, we also skipped a week, and then we did the full JoJo watch club. Then, what do you think about that, Reese? Just out of curiosity.
I probably won't be watching Cat Planet Cuties again, but okay. I have seen it already. But
in terms of like which day is actually closest to your birthday? Podcast wise,
my birthday is the 7th. So
okay, so it's right at the beginning of the month. It's okay. So what I'm getting at is that I feel a little bit. I feel like I've been a little bit ground into dust lately, just because I've had so much on my plate. Now, granted, with what happened with my taxes last night being like the biggest great news I've had in like years, I feel like I've got a new lease on getting the podcast out. So assuming I'm healthy next week, like I've completely recovered, because I got 4 straight days of working 10 hours tomorrow, 12 hours the next day, 12 hours after that, 12 hours after that. So assuming I don't backslide in my illness, I might be good by next week. But the thing is that I feel like I'm getting, like I was telling Duo when we were trying to do the Sonic first impressions, for some reason that series has gotten me very anxious. Like when I feel like I'm ruining the recording oftentimes. Now, granted, I feel like that all the time, and the video turns out fine in the edit. I mean, occasionally I have ones where I just know we knocked it out of the park. Like the video is really funny, and I can't wait to sit down and edit it. But a lot of times these videos that I do, I'm doing them just to have the recording, knowing I'm not going to come back to them in a while. And the thing is that I only have 4 days off from work, which is a lot, but I spend 2 of them prepping and then doing the podcast, you know? So I effectively have 2 days off. My family needs me for some of those. And so I'm getting more and more projects put on the back burner. Stealth weave designs that need to be made, first impressions of like the now 21 or so that I've got at various levels of edited. I think most of them now, with the exception of the Sonic one and the Wonderland, the footage is now out. Like I could be editing them. So I kind of want to, I kind of feel like I may need at some point to switch back to the every other week method of doing things so that I can actually crank some of those out and get them off my plate and be able to progress a little bit more with the channel in that regard and get that stress off of me, because I need to get done with the Broly video so that I can send my computer in to get the keyboard finally fixed. You know what I mean? Like that's been over a year of waiting on that for various reasons. So what I'm kind of thinking is, if we do double up the podcast in that way, where we sort of go back to doing the every other week. What that ends up doing is it makes those numbers get farther and farther away from episode 100, right? So if we were to do something like that, we would give ourselves more opportunities to roll into Dunbine or something if we decided we wanted to do that. So I wanted to throw that out there. Again, I don't know. Next week I might feel fine. We might be totally good, jump right in, and it might not be a big deal. But I just was letting you guys know how I felt yesterday. And yesterday I had all that crap going on with not getting a lot of sleep and being up all night trying to get footage that I turned out to have not even lost. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there and see what you guys feel. Because one of the things is that the watch time on the podcast is declined a little bit when we went weekly. Like over time, like we had a rise, which was partially because of the Vic Mignogna news. There was a lot of stuff to cover, and we were using that to get viewers to the podcast when we were launching it. And we have a big chunk of views on any video that has Vic Mignogna in the title. We have a lot of views on that and watch time on that. But so I am partially worried about, just to ramble on about this, I am partially worried about going back to the old way of doing things, where we did every other week, because we might not hit watch time necessary to maintain monetization. But it might be worth it to risk that for a few weeks if it means I actually got more edited content out, which can generate more watch time on its own. Can also advertise Stealth Weeb a little bit better than the podcast does. Because when people come to the channel, the last thing I actually want to happen is for somebody to find my Kengan Ashura video and go, wow, what a great first impressions. And then the YouTube card comes up, or the end screen element, and it says, OCA Podcast, farewell, my sex toys. 7-hour video, right? So that's not the experience I want YouTube to be giving my audience. I feel like maybe I should remove the tags from the podcast that match the tags I use on my other videos, so that I can sort of tell YouTube not to recommend them, but I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to this. My wife wants me to be done in 40 minutes so that we can do something, but I don't know that that's going to happen. But there isn't actually a lot left to do article-wise after this. So anyway, so there's that stuff. I accidentally opened up in Essentials, apparently. A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World, Part 2. I guess I probably opened up Part 1 over here. Do you know anything about this?
Nope.
Is he one of the Digidestined? What is he holding? A flashlight? I don't know.
Flashlight.
All right. Anyway, closing that. And then we're back to stuff we already talked about.
And then there was
and then here's Aria.
Aria. There it is.
So is this the non-Kickstarter exclusive version?
Yep. This was just posted today.
Yeah, I am not buying that again. I still haven't even watched the. Anyway, all right. So and then we've got the stuff you wanted to talk about here. Let me load these up real quick, see if we can discuss it. I'll give you the floor.
Okay. Give me that back image.
All right. Hold on. Let me just address something before you get into this. Old Man said regarding Azukin, you'll spend an hour just talking about each episode. And then regarding the YouTube stuff, talking about video quality, YouTube prefers quantity over quality, unfortunately. Yes. And that is, I had a long talk with Duo about YouTube strategy on Monday. And I know where I need to go in order to improve things. And it's going to start with me getting the Yuri on Ice video done, which is not going to happen until probably 3 or 4 edited videos from now. But I do have a plan to get back into a prosperous land. And he said, I got to go. So catch you later, man. Thank you for stopping by. All right. So here's the thing. Go ahead.
All right. So this set has 7 episodes, I think.
It says, watch the special episode, The All Magic Nights Thanksgiving Festa.
Yeah, which is a Jump Festa special, or Jump Festa
Shonen
OVA.
Jump? Okay.
They call it episode 91, but it's not episode 91. At least that's what it said in the description on RHYS. So
where do you see that episode 91 stuff?
it was on RHYS.
Okay, so shall I?
I mean, for some reason they call it episode 90, special episode 91, but it's not episode 91. It's a Jump Festa episode. Episode 91 will be on the next set.
Hold on. Is it this one?
Season 2, part 4.
That's it, right? The one I'm moused over? Okay.
Yeah. Is that one coming out in May? Yeah.
Plus a special episode 91.
Yeah, it's not episode 91.
Okay.
Now go back to the next one. That one. This is the episode.
Uh-huh.
So this is Jump Festa, special Thanksgiving thing or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And then now go to the wiki thing. Now you know how I don't know if we've actually complained about it on the podcast, but how 10 episodes, 11 they split a 50 episode thing, which would be only 4 parts into 5, right?
Okay.
These are mirroring the Japanese releases.
Okay.
That's what each of these are. And
that's why it goes 1 to 10, 11 to 19, which is only 8 episodes, and then or 9 episodes. So 10 episodes first, then 9 episodes, then 10 episodes again. Okay, then another 10 episodes, then okay, so 11 at the end here.
So those first
12.
5 are season 1, these next 5 are season 2. And then click on part 4 of season 2, or chapter 9.
Chapter X? Chapter 9?
Chapter 9, yeah. That's the one that we're just listed. Now scroll down. And that also has that Jump Festa. So it's an exact mirror of the Japanese.
The All Magic Nights Thanksgiving. That's the one we're talking about, right?
Yep.
Okay. So and what you're saying here is that this one is labeled chapter 10 here is labeled episodes 91 through
102.
and it's not actually episode 91. So but it actually doesn't say that on the it says that on the right stuff one. It doesn't actually say that on the packaging.
Yeah, does it say that on the scroll down to special features. Down, special features. What does that say in there? I can't read it from here. But...
It just says Black Clover, the Magic Knight Captains. Oops. Okay, whatever that is.
That's weird. All right, anyway.
Inside the episode 87 commentary, episode 89 commentary, and textless songs.
Okay. So, I mean...
Includes episodes 84 to 90. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you're right. It's just right stuff, I guess, made a mistake. Plus a special episode 91.
Yeah, that's weird.
So maybe
Funimation
originally thought it was, and they fixed it.
Yeah. So, but anyway, all the complaints, I mean, again, I don't remember if we had vocalized, but my complaint would be why is a 51 episode season split into 5 instead of 4, which would normally be?
Yeah. So how many would you do? 13, 12, 13, 12?
13, 13, 13, 12.
Oh, because 51 episodes. Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they could. But yeah, they can make more money if they do it the other way.
Well, no, they're making more money doing it this way.
Well, if you do 5, if you split it into 5 instead of 4, you make more money.
Well,
because you sell
4, if they were 4, they'd be the same price as they're selling it for the 5. So they're
getting... Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Technically, you would probably make more money in that regard if people are going to buy the show anyway, and they only had to buy 4 of them. Then they're more likely you produced less masters and stuff for the discs, less manpower, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
Anyway,
but it's probably
so the complaint. The thing is that it's an exact mirror of the Japanese release, and it's coming out 6 months after the Japanese release. Because this one was solicited in Japan for November or something.
Okay.
So we could probably expect, season 2, part 5 in July, end of July.
Okay.
Because that came out in like end of January.
Okay. I'm not following fully, but I'm also have no information on this show whatsoever in my brain. I think the main character's name is Asta. That's all I know about it.
No. Anyway, moving on.
All right. So I'm just going to save this over here for me when we do our other discussion. I'll just jump into that. All right. So where was I? This is very bizarre. Just going to throw out a couple quick things here. All right, here we go. So Japan made a commercial with a Greta Thunberg lookalike advertising a pachinko slot machine parlor. In fact, I should probably, you just got to hear it. I thought it was hilarious. Oh, hold on, I got to do that. I'm close. My wife wants to know if I'm going with them to Taekwondo. Hold on, I got a screen share. I'm going to switch to the tab with the audio. I think this looks like Greta Thunberg at all, but the acting is what sells it.
Our planet is screaming, and all you can talk about is economic growth. We're fed up. How dare you? Have you taken a look at the soil? It's always watching us. Soil is watching us from everywhere. Soil gives us life. This is special soil we found through geological
I don't
surveys.
understand how this is an ad for
Soil
pachinko.
humanity. Soil of hope. Concord soil.
すみません。なんて言いました
Concord soil.
コンコル
Concord 土.
I don't understand what that has to do with pachinko at all.
That was the weirdest.
So I guess the name of the pachinko chain is Concord. I don't know. I don't get it.
Wow.
The character of Frida, who's said to be 29 years old, employs the same scowl that Thunberg used to summit when his color world leaders for climate change, saying our planet is screaming. All you talk is economic growth. We're fed up. How dare you? So the thing is that the Japanese netizens who responded to this say making fun of Greta is such an unclassy thing to do. They said companies shouldn't ridicule children like this. Greta's not a child. She just looks like one. She's like 17, 18 or whatever. Anyway, I just thought it was funny. So let me screen share this next one here. Detective Conan cafes will serve drugs.
Ooh.
And by drugs, they mean the pill they gave Conan to make him a kid.
Will they make us all children?
Reese, you're already a child.
So if I go and have it, it'll have the reverse effect?
That or you'll turn into a fetus. They'll put you in like their fish tank. You just live it there from then on.
Live up my
Anyway.
existence as a... yeah, okay.
All right. So that time I got reincarnated as a housing information website. So again, it's just such a foreign concept to me. Imagine walking into H&R Block to do your taxes and SpongeBob is on the wall, you know, like with a calculator and helping you or something. You know, isn't that so weird? Isn't this such a weird concept?
Yeah.
I can't think of something equally weird as a housing information website. Like imagine going to the Obamacare ACA Affordable Care Act website or whatever was it? What do they call them? You know, the website I'm talking about. Imagine going there and it's got like a little tutorial wizard, but it's fucking SpongeBob or Mickey Mouse or some shit. You know, like it's so bizarre.
I mean, I'd go for Rebecca Rabbit dressed as a nurse for that one.
But I mean, like these things that are like not at all something a kid has to do. Housing information website, but yeah, our anime about getting reincarnated as a slime is is gonna like be featured as a collaboration. You know what I mean?
For this particular one, wasn't there a series about like a house hunting dragon or something?
Yeah, it seems like there's a better option.
That'd make more sense than freaking Rimuru from That Time I Got Green Card.
Who they made green to match the color of the actual mascot for the sumo site.
Yeah.
Anyway. Cats in Japan can now get digital resident cards in Kanagawa Prefecture. Dog version available too. Kanagawa Prefecture, Tokyo's neighbor to the south, is home to 9.2 million people, just about all of whom have a form of ID. It may be a driver's license, a student ID, a resident card, but there's some sort of document that says, this is who I am. And as of this month, Kanagawa's cats can get ID cards too, thanks to a partnership between the Kanagawa prefectural government and pet-related media company Pecco. Okay, sorry. That made me think of the character from Breath of Fire 3, not Boku no Pico. But I still laughed nonetheless. You can create a cat resident card for your cat through Pecco's website. Petco, where the pets go. All right. In addition to your feline friend's name and photo, the card bears the cat's birth date and sex, plus the names of its family members, i.e. you and any other human members of your household. There are also optional lines for any special tricks or abilities the cat has, as well as his or her personal motto. In the case of Fuku no Suke. Why is that so funny? In the case of Fuku no Suke above, those are the mastery of the cat punch and cat kick combo attack. And good things come to those who wait, respectively. Whew. Oh, and Pecco also offers dog resident cards. So I was going to make a joke. Like, can you imagine when you get pulled over by the police and they ask for your driver's license, you hand it to them and it says here you can lick your elbow. Let's see it. You know, like. The cards are digital only, perhaps because cats and dogs remain reluctant to carry wallets or physical card holders. However, you can store the image on your phone or PC, and while the document is not legally binding, the registration is retained by Pecco, which could prove helpful if you ever need proof of an existing relationship should your cat become lost. A step above that, though, would be installing a tracking chip in your pet, a service Pecco offers, since the cat and dog resident cards also allow you to register the corresponding microchip number. Both the cat and dog digital resident cards can be made online free of charge here. Reese, you want to become my pet cat card?
No.
All right. Well, you can also marry your favorite quintessential quintuplet sister for 1,500 yen. So an upcoming event will let fans support their favorite quint even after the choice is made. Tomorrow, the final installment of the Quintessential Quintuplets manga will be released, and the manga readers will know which sister accompanies Futaro to the altar. But if your favorite wasn't his pick, don't worry. Spoiler alert, he probably doesn't pick any of them because of this gimmick that they're doing here. Don't worry.
No, you probably picked all of them.
Oh, God. I could see either of these happening. I love how this is a place of God. There is a cross back here that they are defiling with this sham marriage. If your favorite wasn't his pick, don't worry. There will be a church event to let you show your support. Anime art distributor Anique, which specializes in blockchain sales of original digital art, is offering a chance for fans to buy one-of-a-kind memorabilia of their favorite quintessential quintuplet sister. For 1,500 yen, you can become a quote, joint partner on a piece of art featuring the sisters in bridal attire. Partner, you know what? I swear, I've got a bridge in a isekai land to sell to all the otakus in Japan if they could buy this shit. Partners will share space on the official certificate with series creator Negi Haruba. Who fucking carries the certificate? They just go in the back of some exec's like closet. Joint partners will have shared access to website featuring the art, will be invited to special events, and will also be able to access limited edition merchandise that you also have to pay for, of course. A 5-day exhibition will be taking place at the Glory Chapel in Tokyo's Ivy Hall, where you can view the 5 pieces of art of the 5 pieces as part of an exhibit marking the end of the manga run. By way of merchandise, joint partners can order a frame print of their purchased art piece for 30,000 yen. Jeez, you have to give them 1,500 yen just to have the honor of putting your stupid name on this little certificate, and then buy it for an additional 30,000 yen. And a wedding mug for 5,000 yen, which comes with a hand towel decorated with the same pattern. Uh-oh, Reese, where'd you go? What just happened?
I just clicked my tab by accident.
Oh, okay. You were in the stream twice for a second. That's why I asked. Anyway, mugs will arrive in a special message card. I mean, they're not bad looking mugs as far as mugs go. Can't decide? No worries. You can become a joint partner on more than one art piece. Of course you can. Of course you can. The exhibit at Ivy Hall, Glory Chapel will take place April 10th to 14th. Fans have 30 days to stake their claim on the art pieces and order their extras. I mean, it's just so sacrilegious that it's like, it's too funny not to go and do. Like, it's so ironic that if I lived in Japan, I definitely would do it. But at the same time, it's like the utmost blasphemy. I mean, people drink the blood of Christ here. Anyway.
With the second season starting in October, they could add a tier that you could get yourself drawn into the crowd of the ceremony on the final episode.
New Japanese smartphone prohibits users from taking naked selfies. Now, I'll just say there were some great points in the Sankaku Complex article, but I definitely can't share the Sankaku Complex article for reasons that should be obvious. Tone Mobile's new phone won't save photo data if it thinks it is inappropriate. While Japan gets as excited for the latest and greatest iPhone as any other economically prosperous country, it's not like, I wonder if the new iPhone is going to get delayed because of the coronavirus, come to think of it. It's not like every shopper wants to pay the premium for bleeding edge telecommunications gear. As a matter of fact, there's a whole segment of the smartphone market here called kakiyasu smartphones, specifically serving people who want to both have a smartphone and stick to a budget. The newest kakiyasu smartphone model from low-cost provider Tone Mobile is the Tone E20. It's probably Tone Mobile. I'm going to start calling it that. Priced at a very reasonable 19,800 yen or 180 US dollars. It still boasts a perfectly acceptable list of features with a 6.26-inch display, Android 9.0 operating system, 64 gigs of storage, and a triple lens camera. The fuck, really? Wow, they got the triple. I don't even have that. I lost it. Right here. Triple lens camera. Okay. It also comes with something called smartphone protection, but that's not to protect the phone from damage, but a way by which the phone protects the user from sending dick pics. Smartphone protection is an AI system that works with the Tone E20's camera. After a photo is taken, smartphone protection analyzes the image and checks to see if it's, quote, inappropriate. While Tone Mobile doesn't say exactly where that line is drawn, it has announced that smartphone protection won't allow you to take naked selfies. If you try to, you'll get an error message saying the photo cannot be taken and the image data will be discarded without being saved. The error screen with text saying photo not taken due to inappropriate content. So I wonder if they created this for the sake of stopping perverts from like upskirting people and all that.
I think it might be because of the whole thing about the censorship. They don't want Japanese people taking dirty photos and then selling them outside of the country.
Yeah, no, that's actually an interesting idea. What if the AI was smart enough that instead of stopping you, it just put the mosaic in real time over your junk? However, Tone Mobile didn't develop smartphone protection because they think that consenting adults sending each other sexy pictures is sinful, but in hopes of protecting children and teens. Yeah, of course. Because I was going to say the other thing is that what it can do is, if this technology works, it will probably report all that shit to like the NSA of Japan. And it's like, oh, look at this clearly child pornography happening that we should go investigate, right? Like this is somebody being victimized and all that. I can see that being the thinly veiled excuse for what they're doing here, but who knows? Also, if your underage kid starts taking nude selfies of themselves and then somebody knocks on your door and arrests you for child porn that you didn't have anything to do with just because your kid was, exposed to Harry Potter and internet culture too young.
Now, for the recognizing, how, like, could you take, like, how you put your arm, like the inside of your armpit, or your, like, the inside, the inside of your elbow, just take a picture of that? Is that going to get flagged? Even though
probably.
Or do they have, like, some, like, a team of people?
I don't know how this AI is supposed to work. I mean, did they have to did they like feed it through like a subreddit for like selfie nudes or something like that, and like image deep image learning, try to find the commonality between all the selfies to determine what a nude selfie like its quintessential essence is? And I don't know.
A picture of a fat dude who's got man boobs inappropriate?
I mean, I don't know. We'd have to get one. See, this is the kind of thing that if we had 1 million subscribers and like basically a disposable income, that we could make videos doing all this shit that we read about, with smartphones. Like nobody actually wants to see me make that video. I just realized that's not something we would do. I would hire attractive people to be in that and do it for me.
The video of finally getting FDM to flash us or the nipple thing is like if we get flagged for child pornography.
It's like, here it goes. He lifts up his shirt and then it shows this screen, right, in the video. Oh no!
With smartphones tonight. See you tomorrow.
With smartphones all being instantly internet ready, the company wants to provide increased security for minors who may be targeted by online scams or coercion tactics in which they're tricked or threatened into sending nude pictures of themselves. I think what's his name, that YouTube singer that was this ass is only 14 years old. Nobody knows that reference. All right, Austin something I think his name is. Anyway. To that end, smartphone protection. He had his audience send him twerking videos. Anyway, to that end, smartphone protection can also be linked via an app to a parent or guardian's phone. If the link is established, when the Tone E20's user attempts to take an inappropriate photo, the parent's phone receives an alert. Well, do they get the photo though? Which contains the date and time of the attempted photo, GPS information for where the attempt took place, and a pixelated thumbnail of the photo. Which Tone Mobile says is not retained on any other devices or servers.
So basically, turn off your Wi-Fi, put it on airplane mode, and hopefully hope for the best.
Oh God, love disembodied women's hands. Here's a great iPhone case for you, you big weirdo. Okay. Ostensibly, smartphone protection can be disabled by adult users who, it can be disabled by adult users who wish to be able to photograph themselves wearing as little as they wish. Alternatively, it seems like you could also ask your spouse or dating partner to keep the function active and link it to your phone if you're worried about them fooling around behind your back and sending naked pics to someone else. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Noriyuki Makihara shoots to the top of Amazon sales ranking because he was arrested for speed possession. Many are rushing to buy his stuff before the publishers decide to wipe him out of existence, as we saw with what was that game called? Judgment? With Pierre Taki, remember?
Yes.
On the 13th of February, musician Noriyuki Makihara, also affectionately known as Maki, experienced some of the best sales on Amazon in perhaps his entire recording career. His albums, Bespoke, The Best of Listen to the Music, and Smiling, The Best of Noriyuki Makihara, shot up to the top of the charts, occupying the 1st to 4th place. A further 4 albums appeared in the top 25, resulting in a sales blitz seldom seen for a single artist. Even a day later, his albums are still dominating the music category. Unfortunately, Makihara was too busy getting arrested for possession of 83 milligrams of a stimulant to fully appreciate it. This is the second such arrest for the 50-year-old singer-songwriter after getting picked up in 1999 on similar charges and serving suspended sentence. So the question is, what drugs make the best music? So like hip hop is like all about the weed smoke, right? But I wonder, like other ones are like probably written on under the influence of mushrooms. But would speed actually make you a better musician? I mean, you probably have a cleaner house and like a painted garage, but I can't imagine it would make you a better musician, you know? But I wonder if that has anything to do with them purchasing because if it was like, oh, he got picked up on mushroom possession, it's like, well, shit, I got to check out some of this music. It's probably amazing. You know what I mean? Or LSD, psychedelics, you know what I mean? Anyway. This time things are different, however. Last year, fellow musician Pierre Taki's cocaine arrest resulted in getting pretty much everything he touched pulled from the shelves and online distribution platforms. This involved video games getting overhauled and his voice redubbed over in Disney's Frozen. What was he, Olaf? Skiing the slopes. Despite the delicious irony that he played a snowman in it. Oh, that's too funny. All right. So expecting the same to happen with Makihara, people are flocking to Amazon and buying up as much of his stuff as they could before the Great Purge. So what's probably actually happening is if they're buying physical CDs, they're probably going to resell them. Drive safe, okay? Bye.
Just pick up Eli's medicine.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure you texted it to me. I will.
Just go through the Walgreens drive.
I will. I love you. Bye. Okay. So expecting the same to happen with Makihara, people are flocking to Amazon and buying as much of his stuff as they could before the Great Purge. Surely many were fans seizing this last chance to get his CDs and DVDs, but many others were no doubt investing in some soon-to-be rare memorabilia to resell. Yeah.
Of course.
Warner Music's official YouTube channel currently still has his music up, but it may disappear at any time. Yeah, it's still there as of now. It would seem hypocritical to completely wipe one artist from existence while leaving the other untouched. And I guess they're referring to him versus Pierre Taki. And even though these publishers and studios seem to have no problem being heavy-handed and compassionless to people possibly suffering from substance abuse problems, being hypocritical is a whole other ballgame. So Maki's disappearance is very probable. However, this is made more complicated by the fact that Makihara wrote SMAP's Sekai ni Hitotsu Dake no Hana, one of the most popular Japanese songs of all time. Okay. I've never heard of it, but all right.
I haven't either.
Nevertheless, many went online asking for mercy and for such a beloved musician not to be taken from their lives. Please do not steal his past work. The songs did nothing wrong. I like Makihara even if he was arrested. I'm going to revisit his stuff now. I listen to Maki a lot more now than I used to, but he's got to stay off the drugs. Crap, I only had all of his stuff on mini disc. Didn't any of these people buy his stuff before he was arrested? Some of these comments bring up an interesting point. In terms of sales, we can safely say that Makihara was at his peak in the 90s, and while still active, never quite returned to the same glory until just now. So in a way, the drug arrest could be I think they mean could be seen. The drug arrest could be seen as a huge boost to his career. To put it another hypothetical way, imagine Afro Man was Japanese and got arrested for possession of marijuana, and as a result, his 2000 smash hit "Because I Got High" would never be played or sold again. After the initial shock that Afro Man would ever get mixed up in drugs.
No.
Oh, God. I love whoever wrote this article. Master Blaster, once again, with a great article. After the initial shock that Afro Man would ever get mixed up in drugs, we'd surely all rush. I'm going to pass out right now. Oh, God. I'm legitimately lightheaded from that. We'd surely all rush to get a copy of that single we haven't heard in years at the same time. Thus, Because I Got High would once again top the charts like a phoenix rising from the pot ashes. Oh, God. Is Afro Man the same artist that did Colt 45?
I have no idea. The only one I know of is Because I Got High.
Colt 45 is better, I think. If I was such a devious person, I might even suggest that in Japan's rapidly anti-drug climate, getting busted on a minor possession charge could be a lucrative business move for some artists and labels. In fact, downloads of our website's theme song have been sluggishly recently. It might be time to show Seiji a shop with some great poppy seed bagels and then ambush him with the urine test. Oh, that's good. God, what a great sense of humor they've got at Sora News 24. Woo. Okay. So, Reese.
Yes.
Evangelion parody toys tickle your entry plug.
Oh, God. I don't want a bug plug. No, that's not a bug plug.
Get in the prostate, Shinji.
Oh, no.
So, this was actually written on Sankaku Complex by Peter Payne. Owner of MyAnimeList. Yeah. Leave it to Japanese adult toy maker Tama Toys to come up with a fresh parody idea for anime fans. It's called the NA Evolution, and it is a series of prostate massaging butt plugs for males to use in their entry plugs.
Oh, it is for me. Oh, God.
Allowing them to explore new sensations in solo or assisted sexy time. The ENE Evolution parody series offers a total of 3 intense butt plugs. Type 1 recreates the classic purple color of Shinji's Unit 1, while Type 2 is the bright red of Asuka's, and Type 00 is designed after the Ava prototype that Rei Ayanami piloted. All 3 butt plugs are made of high-quality materials, combining soft rubber-like materials over a large ABS plastic frame, designed with an oversighted handle to make sure nothing disappears where it shouldn't go. Okay.
Oh, God.
The tip of each NA Evolution prostate massager has a different shape, so you can experiment and see which ones work best for you. You'll love it so much, it could become the central dogma of your existence. Whether you want to pick up these fun parody adult toys to embark on a bold new adventure, or because you like to collect wonky things from Japan, we've got all three NA Evolution toys in stock for you right now. No, this is a promotional post from Sankaku's partner, J-List. Wow, they're partners. An online shop providing otaku goods from Japan. Purchases made through this post support this site financially. Thanks for reading. All right, well. I mean, I wasn't planning on buying a prostate massager to support you, but all right. All right. So these are the different options for your anal pleasure. Wait, why is it yellow? Is this supposed to be the one for Ray?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is clearly Asuka's.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, that's the thing. I just thought I would share that with my audience, who's definitely running out there with their credit card to buy it. All right.
Half of them buy them just to send you for your birthday.
Collector's item. I will gladly put in the back. I was thinking about. I have a bottle of that root beer milk that's empty now, and I was gonna put it in the. I was gonna fill it with milk, but I know that if I leave milk out, it will like start to make a gas and it'll explode all over the collection. I was gonna just nonchalantly put the bottle back here with a Post-it note on it that said Reese's Fuda milk or something like that on it. But yeah, I didn't do that. But yeah, if somebody wants to buy that for my birthday, I'll put it on display for the rest of the podcast's history. It'll be that weird thing that new viewers always ask about. Middle school boys shared and sold lewd photos of their classmates. Several middle school boys were caught taking indecent photos of the girl. I really should have just talked about this one after that other article. In their school, and both distributing and selling them to other students by way of Japanese chatting app line. Ikomo City, located in Nara Prefecture's Board of Education, learned on the 10th that numerous schoolboys were stealthily taking upskirt shots of female students, including shots of their thighs and other intimate places, and then using Line to send and sell the images for hundreds of yen. Or hundreds of yen! Like $1?
$2. $2 plus tip.
It was estimated that at least 20 girls were preyed upon by the budding adolescents. Photography was suspected to have started in the autumn of last year, as the boys took several photos of second-year girls in classrooms and hallways. They even recorded the vulnerable girls changing clothes by way of smartphones and 3 tiny pen-shaped cameras, which were prohibited in the classroom. I mean, what are you going to do? It looks like a pen. You have to go up to everybody, hey, show me that pen. All right, then. You're on thin ice with these pens, mister. About 5 to 6 boys were found to be taking the inappropriate pictures and videos, while 10 total were sharing them online. The Board of Education asserted that it has not yet been confirmed whether or not these images or videos it is not confirmed whether or not these images and videos leaked outside the school. While at a press conference, the middle school's principal apologized for the incidents and promised that they would work hard to prevent such events from reoccurring. The school began investigating after they were made aware of the matter by a teacher who was informed by a student. A meeting for parents was also held on the 10th to explain the situation. All the smartphones and cameras and the like were turned over to the Ikoma City Police Station. It was not mentioned what kind of punishment would be given to the boys, if any at all. Well, I'll tell you this much. If this happened in the United States, they'd be charged for production of child pornography. Assuming that there was anything.
Hey, I'm going to reload my page because you're frozen for me again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And all right, so I got one more article, but it actually is a lead into our Watch Club discussion.
Yeah,
so go ahead and reload.
1 second. Let me get back on the... Nope. STRE. There we go.
And then where's Cat Planet Cuties? Because I should probably have that on hand. I think I might have put that. Oh, I did. I put it in the collection. Yeah. So when I talk to you guys about all the stuff I need to get off the back burner, some of it is that it takes a whole fucking day to assimilate things into the collection. And sometimes I need to be able to do that so that it stops piling up around me and is actually out of my way. So we're going to be talking about Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. The worst watch club I've done so far. No, probably not actually. It was pretty bad though. But I want to share this article first. Invader Zim creator comments on Panty and Stocking. I think we have brought this up on the podcast before. But because it's really extra relevant today, I'm going to read it again if we hadn't. U.S. comic artist Jonan Vasquez speaks on Panty and Stocking character similarity to his Gur. The way you phrase that just sounds wrong. Jonan Vasquez, an American comic artist who created the animated television series Invader Zim, which was licensed and distributed by Anime Works, has posted about the new fall Gainax television anime Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt this week. Specifically, he talks about the Panty and Stocking character Chuck, pictured at the right. This one down here, obviously, that's not Gur. Right? A green dog who bears some similarity to Gur, pictured at far right. Boy, you guys did a great job, getting this article accurate. A robot in a green dog costume who appears in Invader Zim. In the post, he comments that Panty and Stocking took Gur out of the whorehouse he was working in and gave him a new job. It's nice seeing him get some work, but I gotta say it's a bit on the simple side for my taste. What with the fart and shit jokes, but the ending is pretty ridiculous, and Gainax produces some of the only Japanese animation I can stand without wishing I was the drinking type, so I'm looking forward to more. Vasquez also notes that Chuck seems a little underused in those new show. Okay. I don't know why you did that in your quote. But carrying on with the joke that the character is in fact Gur, he surmises that it's all the creators can expect from what's left of the mind after all the heroin. Okay. Jonah Vasquez's other stuff is like way more adult and dark. He has what's that other one he has called?
I don't know.
He has another one called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac or something like that.
Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah.
Anyway, actually, if we click on this, it might actually pop up in here. Pokemon Chronicles. He's cast as Professor Namba. I'm having weird deja vu about this. I think we already knew this. Anyway, all right. Okay, so that is it. That is the least number of miscellaneous articles we have ever had because I really was only half up to doing today's podcast. Let's talk about Panty and Stocking. Actually, let me.
You're frozen again, so I don't know if you're on.
Okay. If I screen share, it's going to be okay, right? Because you're going to see the tweets instead. All I'm doing is moving and showing the DVD. So let me just pull up my tweets, which I didn't put in a. I did not put in a moment because I'm an idiot. And there's actually a lot to talk about, so I really should have gotten on this. What did you think of the show? You liked it?
I watched this back when it was first released, back in 2011, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Back before all this bullshit happened. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I still enjoyed the hell out of it.
So real quick, since I see it here, I'm going to acknowledge this too. Blaze V had pointed out, just put the My Hero Academia sets on the shelf, and I have once again discovered the joy of Funimation's graphic design department. My number one pet peeve with the company releasing multiple parts for a franchise is stuff like this. Yeah. So I'm guessing the issue here is that
having a picture where the title should be.
Right. They flipped it for the movie, right? That's the movie, isn't it?
Yep. Okay,
yeah. So they flipped it for the movie. Anyway. And then back to this. So I'm just gonna find out where the beginning of all this crap is. I think I can do it by doing this. Oh, I can just sort them by date after I add them. Let me do that. Add to new moment. So I didn't like I didn't care for the show personally, because as you know, I have trouble distancing myself from the, I'm going to just call this one the whore tweets. I have to put a description on the moments, and I just do like the something tweets to always get it out there. Let me.
I think you called like the Afro Samurai ones the motherfucking tweets.
Yeah. Let me just pull up Panty and stocking image right here. Oh, so here's one thing I really liked about it, though. The final episode with the live action element.
Yeah. That
was so well done. I love how they did it because it was like, it wasn't actually like, it was a camera move, a live action camera move of the girl in the lingerie, but she wasn't even like moving. And I thought that was so funny because it's literally just like a still coming down, like almost like an action figure they put in front of the camera, but it was like a real person. The detail was really on point. It was so funny. Like, I thought that was great. The only episode that was tolerable was the Transformers one. And even that one, I couldn't actually hear anything because my daughter was screaming the entire time that episode was on. But
you didn't actually hear Optimus call himself Optimus Prime, and
I did hear that, but I knew to expect that because you had originally titled the podcast that. By the way, we had so many potential names for this podcast. Optimus Prime was the original. The one we went with is a reference to not having tissues for, I guess, masturbating.
Yeah.
I
love that episode too. I liked a lot of. I mean, I love this series. I do love the series.
Well, let me. As soon as I get my tweet up, it'll give you a nice chronological like understanding of how I felt about this show. I much preferred stalking over Panty.
Yeah.
Like for obvious reasons. Okay, I'm going to publish this so that it's viewable, and then I'm going to click on hashtag OCA Podcast, and I'm just going to add them all in and sort them by
newest to oldest, and go back to
and that way it'll fix everything. There we go. Okay. Because when I started the first episode, there was the reference to Battles Without Honor or Humanity, and I thought, oh, this is going to be fun to point out what these are all referencing, and that was like the only interesting one for like half the show because the rest of them were referencing obvious American movie references and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of a letdown right off the bat going into it. But the obvious thing I didn't care for in the movie the show was, did I put the Transformers one up twice? All right. I totally lost my train of thought. Shit. I really should have done this earlier. So obviously the thing that really turned me off to the show is that the show's about two fallen angels that they retcon one of them to be a demon in the last episode, which is ironically funny because they were planning a second season, but the show got canceled because
I don't think they were planning. I don't think they were even planning a second season.
From what I read,
they just put that in there just to fuck with people.
Well, from what I read, Japan hated the show.
Yeah.
And in America, in the West and whatnot, is where the show got its, like where it really found a fandom or whatever, mm-hmm. Which is why I assumed it had been on Adult Swim. Right. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's from there. Oh God, why are these not in order? When I search the stupid thing, I'm getting all these ones from the previous podcast. Okay, that's good. Now Venus Wars all of a sudden. My computer froze. Okay, here we go. 28th of October. Okay, let me just sort these ones and see what we got. I feel like I'm missing a couple, but we'll just see. Because I might have actually not put the proper hashtag in for some of them. So let me open it up. And here it is. Okay. Sort tweets by oldest to newest. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch missing. Shit. Okay, well, give me a second. What was your favorite episode, Reese?
Ooh. I actually don't know.
What were your favorite parts, Reese?
I would almost probably say the one where the Demon Sisters were introduced, episode 6, I think, maybe, because that was all one episode instead of being 2-part thing.
So, one of the things that I hated even more about it is that they try to do that shit at the end with Panty and Briefs getting together, and it's like, oh, don't worry that she slept with over 1,000 guys because she's been re-virginized, as if that doesn't still make you a big cuck, right? Yeah, I didn't care for that character at all, and of course it was Jamie Markey, who I've already hated from the moment I've learned about her.
I think that's also probably why. I mean, like how I saw it before all this shit happens. Like it's got like a feeling of nostalgia for me.
Yeah, because you watched it before it happened.
Pushed back in the one corner of my mind, behind a closed door when I watched it. You know.
Right, of course. Okay, let me see. Oh, I had that.
I mean, the reason I got into this show was a friend of mine from college. Like, he gushed about this show. Like, the soundtrack is such a band. The soundtrack is amazing for the show. If you actually listen to the actual soundtrack instead of in the show.
I just felt like it was the jokes were vulgar for the sake of being vulgar, and then they just kept reusing the same jokes. Panty's a whore. Oh, Panty doesn't want you to think she hasn't had acting experience before, and it was in porn, right? And it's like, all right, like this was extremely obvious and something you could see coming, you know? So yeah, it just like somebody had said, I said, like, what do people see in the show? And somebody had replied like, oh, I had like a quirky, zany dub or whatever. And I'm like, but the thing is that the novelty of that wears off like super quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's more like, I mean, I think Giga, like, you probably haven't seen Gigic's review.
I haven't, but I know of Gigic.
It's like, it's more fun than funny.
Okay. So I'll say this, like, so first of all, it was directed by Imaishi. I don't give a shit about Imaishi. I don't care. But I could see in Panty and Stocking the precursor to Promare in terms of the CG effects they were doing, because there was a lot of CGI in it because of the camera move scenes, but they don't quite look CGI, which is something I guess that they had really perfected before going into Promare. I would have, there was a lot of stuff I would have liked about it, like the multimedia stuff where they had like the villains exploding with the actual like prosthetic models they built that would blow up right at the end of every episode. I could have liked that, but it just didn't add anything to this show because it was just like I couldn't get behind the two main characters. So all right, let me just keep going through here.
Did you get my tweet with the reference?
I did. I got your tweet. Cool. Okay, this is a new one.
I don't know if you're just going through yours or
no. Well, I was going through the OCA podcast.
My one and only tweet. I was like, holy shit! I just watched that movie like a week ago.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Then I probably wouldn't have caught it if I hadn't rewatched that movie lately.
add. Okay, here, there's a couple more here. See, the thing is, just for the audience to know, I used to be able to do this from my phone. I used to be able to write the tweet and then immediately add it to the moment. But Twitter has removed that functionality from the mobile version of Twitter. And it's so friggin' annoying for obvious reasons. Okay, here we go. That's a new one. I'm on February 12th. Tweets from February 12th. So I'm almost back there.
Yeah.
I'm almost back there. That one I already added.
So what did you think about the soundtrack?
My wife said it was the only good thing about the show. So yeah, I'll acknowledge that the theme songs were pretty decent. And like the music itself was okay, but the rest of it was just, like I couldn't get behind the story. It was like way sexual without like even being sexy about it, and yeah, I just like I don't get behind series where they like I'm supposed to root for a happy ending to a character who's made all the wrong decisions in life, because there's a level to which you screw yourself up so bad that you can't recover. Like,
right.
You've literally messed up your brain chemistry, your hormone excretion, like abilities and stuff, to the point where like you can't have the happy ending that you want me to give these characters. You know what I mean? And that especially with women, with female characters, just biologically speaking, with Panty being a complete whore in the show, like I'm not going to buy into it, and I'm not going to root for a character who's making bad decisions, Mm-hmm. So anyway, I'm at the part with Battles Without Honor or Humanity. So I think I think that's the first tweet I put out.
I think it was just.
So this amazing tweet from Sonic. Okay, yeah, okay, we're good. So let me go to the moment real quick, refresh it, and then sort. It's funny, I didn't even finish posting all the I took pictures of more of them, but I just I couldn't be bothered by the end of it. All right, so I got them. Here we go. Thank you for your patience, 6 viewers, which is way more than I thought would have waited through that.
We had 8, so we lost 2.
All right. So here's the tweets that I put out. So I started with this one: excretion without honor or humanity. I shared these 2 images here, right, for the Kinji Fukusaku's Battles Without Honor and Humanity. Mm-hmm. Episode 1 of Panty and Saki is a reference to the series of Yakuza films Battles Without Honor and Humanity, which is hailed as Japan's answer to The Godfather, but you might recognize it as the song stolen for the Kill Bill trailer, right? That's actually from the reboot of Battles Without Honor and Humanity. But you're right, it is in the movie too. I just I actually meant to share the trailer, and I ended up finding the OST thing, and I didn't change it when I posted the link. But yeah, you were correct about that. And I said, of course, when I asked my wife if she knew what excretion without honor and humanity was a reference to, she said everything that comes out of their mouths in a reference to Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi. Death Race 2010, obviously being an obvious self-explanatory one. There was this moment is a reference to Magical Shopping Arcade Abenabashi, which was another Gynax show, where this same thing happens, where a demon creature steals the girl's panties and then licks it off the top of his head or whatever. I said, I will say this though, based on what I've learned in the past year from following the VAs, I think it was perfectly cast. Jamie Marchi definitely strikes me as the being a whore is female empowerment type, and Monica Rial clearly has an intimate relationship with Sweets. Okay, so here's another thing: Sex in the Dotten City. Okay, Dotten City is a reference to the fact that the Japanese word for angel is tenshi, and the Japanese word for fallen angel is datenshi. So Daten City in Japanese is Daten Shiti, right? So it actually has the word Datenshi in it. It's a pun, right? So that's why they called it Daten City. Now there was this line, which I should probably everything about this really, I wasn't happy with this show, but this line I was like, of course we're gonna have this. So let me that's so like not even loud, you can't hear that at all. How do I turn this up? Well, he makes a reference to he says that Roman Polanski was released from prison to direct the film Sex and the Dotton City. So I said, I don't know why I'm surprised to hear the dub script say Roman Polanski was released from prison to direct Panty and Stocking's film. I mean, it is partially because, as far as I know, Roman Polanski never actually went to prison, right? And I copy this here. Polanski has been a fugitive from the U.S. criminal justice system. He fled the country while awaiting sentences for his sexual abuse case in which he pleaded guilty to statutory rape. Why am I surprised that this joke would be in a dub helmed by people who tried to Me Too Vic when half of their fellow actors in Hollywood that share their warped ideology have spent decades defending Roman Polanski even after he admitted to drugging and raping a 13-year-old. So yeah. And then in the Japanese version, they said the godfather of film industry, David Shyamalan, which I'm pretty sure is a reference to M. Night Shyamalan, because it's literally, that's how you spell Shyamalan, but with an A at the end, right?
Yeah. Like the joke was the M. Night Shyamalan ding dong.
Maybe. So Versus Seed says, and Chris Sabat also played the priest who tried to molest that one kid. No connection there, I'm sure. Well, also he plays Garter Belt, and that's the idea. I just saw. Well, I'm sorry, I meant he plays a black character is what I meant. And I literally just saw Raleigh Pinkins from Funimation's ADR crew or whatever for the dubbing department share some tweet about my response to all the white people who said it was racist that I wouldn't let them audition for black characters or something like that. And I'm like, that's funny that you say that, considering your old pal Chris Sabat voiced well, not only that, but Phil Lamar has voiced countless white characters, like Virtue Signal much. Anyway,
and
there's a little foundation for the show.
Ancient Magus Bride, the lead female is voiced by a black woman instead of a white one.
Well, I mean, she should be Japanese, right?
Right.
No, but the point is that they're the ones arguing the characters need to match their whatever, and it's like total bullshit. Anyway, but yeah, so I wrote here that meanwhile the subversion said the director is David Shyamalan, which I guess is a reference to M. Night Shyamalan and possibly a meta reference to that hoax he tried to pull with the Sci-Fi Channel where they manufactured a fake publicist named David Westover, but I doubt it. So there was this weird thing that they tried to do where they tried to manufacture some like behind the scenes thing about how he was actually he died as a kid or whatever and was dead for like 10 minutes or something. He tried to sell some story to grow his popularity or whatever, and it kind of blew up in their face. Also, Cat Fight Club, right? Obvious reference. Pulp Addiction. And I said, it's really not hard to see why this show bombed in Japan. It is, however, insanely difficult to understand why it succeeded overseas. What is the appeal? Do you have to be high to enjoy it? To which somebody, Zentagonal, what is that person's YouTube? Oh, well, apparently Zentagon. Okay, so they're at Zentagonal is what they call them. So Zentagon had said something to the effect of, well, of course, you guys are only on this tab because this is the one with the audio thing. They said that, like it had appeal or was zany or whatever. And I had said, as with a lot of shows, you could say that about the appeal only lasts about 5 minutes and they just want it. And also, here's the other one. Monica Rial's character digs in a bag of jelly beans, pulls one out and goes, yes, cream pie flavored, which, by the way, is not what the Japanese one said. The Japanese one said cream filled. Which is also gross. But the thing is that, like, once again, as I said here, wow, Monica Rial's character is excited to find a cream pie flavored jelly bean. The jokes are so low hanging that I won't debase myself to make them. But yeah, Ty Beard is going to have an easy time winning this case when they try to argue that Funimation is not a sexually charged environment or whatever. So this is a reference to the China syndrome. High school nudicle, self-explanatory. So this is the only one I thought was interesting. Raiders of the Nasal Dark. As I point out here, this actually isn't an Indiana Jones reference. It's a reference to The Mummy. Because, let's see, it's in The Mummy, in Japan, The Mummy is called Hamunaptra, which is a reference, which is the katakana spelling of Hamunaptra, the fictional ancient Egyptian city, the movie from the movie series. In Panty and Stockton, the mu and na, as in mu, na, nu, ma, so it's switched, right? Is switched, making it Hanamputra instead, in terms of how the katakana would be spelled, but basically Hanaptra. Hanam is a city in South Korea, but based on the image of the nose, I'm guessing the switch changing the first two characters to Hana, the Japanese word for flower, is where the terrible pun is going. But actually, I realized later, Hana is also the Japanese word for nose. And according to Google Translate, Hanamu is snot, even though I don't think that's actually accurate. So that it's a reference to like snot and everything, but it's in the style, obviously, of Hamunaptra, which is what they called The Mummy in the Japanese release. So, and then also this was Vic Mignogna. Wow, Vic Mignogna is in this crap. Somehow Vic plays a devil in this show, and Monica and Jamie play angels. Vomiting Point. This actually, I looked this up. This was a reference to Vanishing Point, which is what I said here. Les Mis reference. This is another obvious reference, but this is hands down the only tolerable episode so far. Unfortunately, my daughter screamed. I already said all that. Maybe that's why it was tolerable. But I mentioned this. I got serious Brack Show vibes from this scene. I don't know why. But it made me just, I wish I had watched the Brack Show instead. And then there was this one, the stripping, which I think was a reference to the killing, but I don't know about that. And then I guess I shared this twice for some reason. Whoops. Dawn of the Dead, obvious reference, and I shared other stuff. It doesn't matter. One Angry Ghost is 12 Angry Men. If the Angels, I have no idea what this is a reference to. I have no idea. Ghost, the Phantom of Dotton City. This is Phantom of the Opera. Inner Brief is Inner Space, where because it's the same premise where they got shrunk down and put in the body or whatever. Mm-hmm. A Joe Dante film. That's kind of funny. Dotton, Dante. Anyway, and then this is reference to the Dawn of the Dead, where they did the same pattern or whatever. And wait. Yeah. And then this is one you did. The JoJo reference?
No. Not a JoJo reference. When was the last time you saw Castle Cagliostro?
I don't know, 6 years ago maybe?
When Zenigata falls in the pit, in the trap door, it's got the bust in front of the door that takes pictures of whoever falls.
Oh yeah.
And it prints out the mouth.
Yeah. You can't blame me for thinking that's a stand behind her.
And I probably would have missed that if I hadn't watched it.
Right, if you hadn't watched it. Okay, gotcha. I got you now. And then I just shared these because they were part of it. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, so that's it in terms of my tweets. We can continue to talk. And then there's this amazing one about Sonic the Hedgehog that I'm not going to share. But you guys should go check out. All right, so yeah, I'm glad I got through it. And by the way, once again, FDM, you can thank me later for letting you dodge the bullet that was this show by swapping Cat Planet Cuties with this. Next podcast, we will be watching and discussing Cat Planet Cuties, which surely has to be better. Right? So, anyway, I don't have much else. I think I've actually exhausted what I had to say about the show. About panty and stocking. I didn't like it. I'm glad to be through it. It was way more vulgar than I thought it was going to be, and in like you can be vulgar in a sexy way. Oh, what did I say to you guys? I said it was the 5-second attention span of Kill la Kill with none of the redeeming qualities, and the art style of Powerpuff Girls. What did I say? Pull that up. I should have tweeted that because that was the perfect. That was. This would be the last thing here about it. No. Boy, we had long discussions. All right, we're talking about the Garzy's wing thing. I wonder if I could just scroll up and then search Powerpuff Girls. That's probably what I should have done. No, not it. Thursday. Yeah, so I guess it could have been. Yeah, it must have been earlier than that because it was one of the very first days I started watching it. I think it was on episode 3, and I was saying I understand why you had a hard time finishing this to FDM.
I think it was in the private chat.
I'm in the private chat.
And in the Facebook chat with you, me, and FDM and Augie.
That's what I'm looking at. I think I found it. Yeah. I said it's all the shitty 5-second attention span animation of Kill la Kill with none of the redeeming qualities and in the style of Powerpuff Girls without any of the charm. Wow, that was not even worth looking up, but that's what it was. Anyway, Mobile Mercenary says the entire show was all over the place. Like it seemed like it had potential to be something, but the potential wasn't there. Okay. Yeah, I just felt like it, like if this had been, so this is the thing about Gyndex / Studio Trigger, because that's the particular team I'm talking about. I can sit through and have a decent time watching Dead Leaves because it's 30 minutes. I can say, I'll say this. Mr. Nice Guy nailed it in the first impressions video I did for Gridman when he said Studio Trigger makes anime that you're not supposed to binge. Because if I wasn't doing this for the podcast and I watched it 30 minutes at a time, I probably would have tolerated it a lot more. Because I talk about in that first impressions how Studio Trigger has a similar thing as Robot Chicken, where Robot Chicken can be fun when you catch, a 20-minute episode on Adult Swim after a long day's work and you just see it, once a week or whatever. Mm-hmm. You just happen to see it. But if you buy that box set and you marathon that, you'll never watch the show again because it's so monotonous.
You're tired of it after episode 3 or something.
Yeah. So like this show, if I gave it, I think 1 star, which is actually, I think, better than I originally would have given it. Like I think the live action footage that they incorporated with the girl in lingerie at the end boosted it up from a 0.5 star, which would have been 1 out of 10 versus a 2 out of 10. So anyway, I think that's it. That's all I've got now. And this has been kind of a weird, rocky podcast. We covered way less news than usual, read more articles that we probably should have bothered with more than usual. But
4 hours.
Yeah, I'm recovering because of taxes and all that. It has just been a weird week and a race to get everything done. But next week will be better. Anyway, thank you, 7 individuals who are still watching. Once again, next podcast, we're going to be watching Cat Planet Cuties. And I believe the next podcast will be on Tuesday, obviously, because we want to have FDM be able to join us. So that's going to be the 25th. Actually. Oh, shoot. Okay. Hold on. RHYS. I am noticing a problem. So the podcast being on Tuesdays, we're going to have to do the 25th. I can't cancel that out, but we might have to skip that first JoJo podcast, or at least just move it to a Wednesday, because I'm going to see Heroes Rising with Duo on that Tuesday.
On the 3rd?
On March 3rd, yeah.
Okay.
Because it was the only screening I could find after a certain time that was in English, and it's kind of far away. So it's kind of a big thing, but yeah, we're going to have to do that. So for you guys, next Tuesday, 25th, we'll be here. Anyway, I will discuss more with you off camera.
Right.
Anyway, thank you guys. Mobile Mercenary said they got their Wi-Fi back on. That's good. See you guys next time. Yep. Take it easy, guys. Thanks again. Talk to you later.
Right.
Remember to like. Thank you.